Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
I am a child of the Most High God. He has gifted me in ways that I could not even imagine and didn't know.
There was a time when I didn't know who I was. I listened to other people tell me who I should be, what I should do. I listened to people telling me that I should be a boutique owner, that I should be a construction manager, that I should be a laborer. Have you ever felt like you should do something else, be something else, go somewhere else, be wherever you wanted to be, and you felt like you were in a box? Anybody in the room? And you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? And you kept trying to go and go and you couldn't get out? Anybody in the room? But let me tell you, you need to rock the box. Rock the box.
I am engaging, inspiring, and empowering. I would give you everything I know. Just by touching you, if I could, by osmosis, give you every single thing I've learned, I've gone through, I know I would. We know that's not possible, but as it is possible, I love to share information with people.
Some of you out there, people have told you that you can't be, you can't have, you can't do. But I will tell you, like Kingston said, you can, you must, and you will. If it's to be, it's going to be me. You got to say it. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be. If it's to be, it's going to be.
Barbara is because she believed what her mama said about her and not what other people told her.
Every day you wake up, when you're in a situation,
It's your choice whether it's an advantage or the disadvantage. She gained her confidence and her life, and now she is a testimony.
If I can help you elevate yourself, then I feel like I'm elevating my own self as well. What you know and I know together can change the world.
You are watching The View from Hampton U, exploring Hampton University's rich history, the past, present, and promising future.
Welcome to Hampton University and The View from Hampton U. Today we're going to examine a movement that is said to be taking the nation by storm. The Genius is Common movement has emboldened young people throughout the nation, and that has also happened here at Hampton University. Let's take a look at what some of our students have to say about being a genius.
Hi, my name is Gavin Harden, and my genius is to be able to give off positive vibes and spread a smile. Genius is common.
My name is Brianna Lomax, and my genius is artistic expression through writing and showing compassion to everyone I meet. Genius is common.
My name is Atia Strange, and my genius is the power of expression. Art is universal. I sing, I draw, I film, I photograph. Genius is common.
My name is Maya Harris, and my genius consists of all the gifts that God has given to me. I am a giver, I am passionate about bringing ideas to life, and I have mastered the concept of finding the good in everything. Genius is common.
My name is Diamond Sidney. My genius is acknowledging the beauty in my own mistakes while challenging others to do the same in order to cultivate and grow. Genius is common.
My name is Almajid Edwards. A lot of people think genius is about being talented or being smart. It's not true. Genius is about influence. Whether it's an equation, whether you're reading or writing, research, harmonies, what have you, genius is about the opportunity, the moment of impact where you can influence another person and uplift them. My genius is poetry. Genius is common.
Hampton University has a long-standing history of supporting geniuses and the movements that they create. For example, General Chapman Armstrong established this great institution in 1868. And did you know that Booker T. Washington was also an alum of Hampton University? I could go on and on about the geniuses who've come through these doors and have exited to go out into the world to make a great difference. That's what's important to us. That's what's important about the Genius is Common movement. What is your genius? You should take the time to think about that today. So thank you for watching The View from Hampton U. And remember, genius is truly common.
Join us next week for another exciting episode of The View from Hampton U.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics are essential platforms for Black business owners globally. They provide the tools and support you need to succeed in today's competitive marketplace. Join us today as we collaborate together with businesses from around the world to support our children, students, and young future entrepreneurs, Black businesses and corporations. We raise funds for students going to college and young entrepreneurs who are aspiring to be business owners, and we invite you to be a contributor today. Visit the website www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to connect with and learn more about how the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics can help you not only share your amazing business story to businesses, but also serve future generations. Hello, my name is David Jones, CEO and co-founder of the Hello LLC, where we help businesses build a culture, brand and experience, and leverage technology to pivot into Web3. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into Roku, Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Spotify, Twitch, and Google Podcasts. Tune in, turn on, and let's thrive.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Shelly Jeffcoat, and I am your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, and as I said, entrepreneurs and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from all across the world: London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities across the United States, including North Carolina and Georgia, where I am. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. And so I happen to be the first speaker coming on today, and I'm really excited and grateful for the opportunity. So thank you, Dr. Kelly, for giving me the chance to come back and talk to the audience. And so by way of introduction and just a little bit on what I'm going to talk about this morning, when I was here the last time, I talked about business branding. I talked about social media branding. I gave some information about things that were related to building community and followership and all of those things that you would need as a business in trying to leverage your marketing strategy and your business strategy. And today I'm going to do something a little bit differently. I wanted to talk to potentially students who might be thinking about building a business, or maybe you're an entrepreneur, maybe you're in a job right now and you're thinking about starting a business, maybe it's a side hustle, or maybe you're early into creating a business and you need to kind of get some of the basics. So I'll start with just a really basic overview of kind of who I am and why you should listen to me, okay? So just by way of introduction, as I said, I'm Shelly Jeffcoat, and I'm a brand and business expert. I've been in the corporate arena for more than 30 years. I have experience in various corporate roles and leading transformation around values and culture and brand, and just celebrating 20 employee culture wins at a Fortune 500 company where I am. And that's been the last couple of years, which is unheard of within the employer brand industry space. I'm also a founder, and so I'm the founder of a company called LCM Group, and we consult on business brands for veteran small business owners. I'm an advocate. I'm a mentor. I support organizations like Mentors of Color, Workplace Accelerators, Still Serving Inc., Love Smart Inc., and I'm a podcaster. So I own a brand called Pi, which stands for Proud, Inspired, Empowered. And if you search Mrs. Pi, you'll find me. But this is important because I'm also a board member for Parade Deck, and we're a group of military influencers. There's about, 6.4 million subscribers aligned to that incredible organization. And so I host a live TV show twice a week on that network. And I also have a lot of books and speaking engagements, all those things. But why I want you to really take what I'm saying today, again, especially if you're a student and you're thinking about what do you want to do next, or you're someone on the job and you're trying to figure out where you want to go next, is is sharing some of the basic information and just basic lessons learned that a lot of us tend to overlook when we walk into, hey, I think this is what I should do, or I'm not sure what I need to know, I'm not sure what I need to do, and I don't know where I should act. So that's what I'm going to cover with you over the next 30 minutes or so. So the first place is, what do you need to know? So there are key basic principles that you need to know before you go out and sign up for that LLC or before you even pitch that business proposition. So business principles, very basic. The start is, what is your why? Why are you starting this business? Why are you starting this business? So some of the questions I usually ask, a lot of companies, I also mentor companies that talk about, we want to start something. The key question is your why. So 3 things that people usually come up with, or 3 things that you should really consider, is the first being, are you providing a product or a service? So are you providing a product or a service, meaning, are you creating a product that someone's going to buy off the shelf, or are you providing a service that's filling a need or filling a gap? So are you providing a product or a service? And that's the key. Obviously, you got to know, why. Why are you providing that product or service? Is it in response to something that's not on the market? Have you done your market research to make sure that you're actually providing something that people want or people need? The second thing around what is your why is, are you filling a financial gap? So there are a lot of people who will start a business, got to start a side hustle because I need to make extra money. If you're a student, I want to start something because, I'm pretty talented in this area and this is going to help me, make some extra coins, right? So are you filling a financial gap? And you really need to understand, if that's what you're doing, then that will help you figure out the strategy and how you're going to build out your business, whether you're going to scale your business so that you're selling it one day, or you're scaling it, meaning you want it to, you want to have employees at one point. But what is the actual why? Are you filling a financial gap? The third thing around what is your why for doing this is really basic. Are you just transitioning from being an employee to an employer? So there are also individuals who'll say, you know what, these talents or these skills that I have, I can take that, I can mold this into a business, and my hope is to hire people and be a job creator within my community, etc. So a service business, for example, that maybe you're a cleaning service and you started off as you were working for a cleaning company and you were the person that was doing the cleaning, and then you're transitioning from being that employee to, I want to start a business where I'm hiring people, and now I'm building a business, a cleaning service business. That is a transition from an employee to an employer. So, again, we're talking about business principles, is really understanding, what is your why? Why are you doing this? Are you providing a product or service? Are you just filling a financial gap, right? Like a part-time, right? Or are you transitioning from employee to employer, meaning you're shifting to becoming a job creator? So another part of the theory around business principles, when I talk to especially younger folks, is the building block, what I call the building blocks. And there's 3 things that you need to think about as your building blocks. And the first thing is, what is your purpose? What is your purpose? And this is so important, because you need to be able to communicate your why and your purpose. Why is this important? You have to be able to honestly communicate to your potential clients, maybe future investors, and even yourself. Like, what is driving you to do this? And can you create that story when you're trying to do your pitch? Do you understand why you're doing this? So what is your actual purpose? Where are you going is the next question. Where are you going? So it's okay. You come up with a great idea, and you got a lot of passion behind it, but passion requires a purpose, and it also requires a plan. So do you know where you're going? And then the last part of this building block is, I ask people, what do you want to be known for? What do you want to be known for? So if you're creating this business, what do you want your business to be known for? And so those are the things. So again, starting out with just the very basics, business principles that you need to think about before you sign up or you establish that LLC. A second area I want to touch on is something that I talked about before when I was, lucky enough to be on this program. I talked about the vision versus your mission and your values. And the mission statement. So mission statement has been, pretty traditional. It's kind of the explanation of the reason your organization exists. It kind of describes its purpose and your intention and your objectives. And, companies for many, many years would put out a statement that talked about supporting the vision and how it's going to communicate that purpose. And it was directed to your employees or your customers or maybe your vendors. Maybe it's your family because you're trying to raise funds. Mission statements have shifted a little bit now towards talking about your why statement. And so that's why I wanted to start off with really understanding what that is as a business principle. You've got to know what your why is. Why are you doing what you're doing? And so as you're thinking about, creating that traditional or shifting from that traditional mission statement is really thinking about your why. Why are you doing this? The second thing is around your vision. So a vision is usually something that is a statement. It looks forward. It actually creates a kind of a mental image of the ideal, what we call the ideal state that the organization wishes to achieve. And it should be inspirational. And it should be aspirational, and it also should challenge not just you, but maybe challenge future employees. So if you're someone who part of your business principle is to shift from being an employee to an employer, then you really need to have a vision statement so that as you're building out that company, again, you could be a company of 1 today, but if your aspiration is to be a company of 10 or 12 or even 3 people, you need to have a clear vision statement so that as individuals start to tap into what you're doing, they know where you're going. That vision statement also it's supposed to be inspirational. So as people are finding out more about, that's the problem that you're trying to solve, and this is where you're trying to go, it kind of gets them also into the mindset to support what you're trying to achieve. So a vision statement is so important. The last thing is I want to touch on values. So values is typically the core principles that guides and directs any organization and its culture. And a value is as we know it, is kind of what do people know you for, and what's really important to the core of your business. So your personal values and your business values actually do align in some way, and it will show up on the job. It will show up in your business. So for example, if I considered a value statement for myself, for my personal self, to be, my values are around family, community. Obviously, it's around scholarship and philanthropic offers and things like that, right? Doing these types of things. Coming here and donating my time back into the community, all that. This is a part of my value. So as I'm building out my own business, that will reflect in where you put you prioritize your time. So having a value statement, what is important to the core of your business, is so important, because people are going to look at you, and if it's done in a way where you're saying on one hand that, I value family, and you have a company where people can't get time off if their kids are sick, then clearly your values don't align, right? So you've got to make sure that you're clear about what your values are as a business, as an entrepreneur. It's really important, because then people will come to understand who you are and how they approach your business and what's important to you. And, even as we're talking about how we give back into the community, that's a part of your value statement. So having a clear mission statement, which is now what we call our why statement, which again, that supports the vision, that communicates your purpose. That also reflects your values. That's the overarching. A vision statement, again, as I said, is really something that it creates a mental image. It's the ideal state of what you want to achieve, whether it's you as one person, as the entrepreneur, or maybe you have a business of 3 or 20 or hundreds of people. It's the inspirational and aspirational that challenges employees to help you reach this goal. And the final thing is the value statement, where this is your core principles that really are going to guide and direct you as the CEO or as the organization, and the culture that you're building for the people that work with you and around you. So I wanted to talk about some examples. So let me give you just a couple of examples of companies that have done this very well. I'm just going to give you an example of one company, and by the way, there's no affiliation. I'm not getting paid to say this, and I do not work for this organization, but they've done a really, really good job. So I'm going to spotlight them really quickly. And this company, I'm also spotlighting them because they're a lot of us know who this is. And so I'm going to talk about a case study with American Express. Awesome organization. And so they're very clear if you go, and again, this is one of those using a best practice to help you, figure out how you can kind of leverage this to help your business. Okay. So thinking about American Express, they talk about their vision statement is very, very simple. It's providing the world's best customer experience every day. Now, we can argue if that's the case, if that's the experience that you as a consumer, but that is the vision of the organization. So providing the world's best customer experience every day. Their mission, which is essentially now their why, is become essential to our customers by providing differentiated products and services to help them achieve their aspirations. That's their mission. Become essential to our customers by providing differentiated products, which they do, right? And services to help them achieve their aspirations. And you can actually visually, you can see that. You can actually take that into what we call a brand message. And you can see that in the way they communicate that out. How do they communicate? They communicate it through digital ads. They communicate it through internal, external communications. They communicate that through the way that their customer service teams respond. It's everywhere, right? So in their product offerings, obviously they have differentiated products, they have different services, and it all talks about helping us, the consumer, achieve whatever our aspiration is, right? They list their values. So again, going back to what I said earlier about making sure that your values are pretty clear, because this is a part of who you are as a fabric of the organization. So they talk about how they deliver for their customers. They talk about how they respect people. They talk about caring about our communities. They talk about, needing different views and making it great, meaning the standard of excellence in what they do and staying focused on opportunities to be meaningful to customers. They talk about doing what's right and explaining that customers choose them because they trust the brand and the people, right? And they talk about winning together as a team. So this is an example, again, as we're thinking about the business principles and how you're communicating your vision and your mission and your values. American Express. So now I want to talk a little bit about what you need to do. So I've given you all that. So just to recap, right? So we talked about business principles. We talked about, really understanding what is your why, and your why could be, again, why am I doing this? So are you doing this to provide a product or a service? Are you filling a financial gap? Like you need some extra funds, so I'm going to start this thing. Or are you transitioning from being an employee to a job creator, to an employer? We talked about some of the building blocks that you need to consider before you, sign up for that LLC. And the 3 building blocks are: what is your purpose? Where are you going? And what do you want to be known for as a business? And again, whether you're an entrepreneur, solopreneur, anypreneur, or you're an established business. So those are the key business principles. We talked about the vision and the mission and the values, and we differentiated what that meant. And I showed you an example with American Express as an amazing case study. Again, not affiliated, but just an amazing case study of how they've managed to build out now their brand, right? Their business brand. They've aligned their vision to their mission and their values. And so that is a really good case study if you're interested in just seeing what works on the business market. Now I'm going to shift to what you need to do. Okay. So the first thing that I want you to do is what we call market intelligence. You've got to know the competitive landscape that you're going into. So here's a case in point. I have an idea that I think that I want to start a pet grooming business. Not me, I'm just making this up, okay? So I'm going to start a pet grooming business because I think this is a great way for me to make some extra money. So I'm a college student and I want to start a pet grooming business. So the first thing I'm going to do is not go out and say, I'm going to get an LLC because now I'm in business. The first thing I want to do is I want to understand the landscape, the competitors that are already offering this particular type of service. in the area where I am. So based on the area where I am, I'm in town X. I want to see who else is already offering this type of service. So I can do that through research. I can Google it. I can go on to see different services. I can do word of mouth, but I really want to find out. I can go to the pet park. I can go and find out, who else is already operating within this landscape. Okay. So I'm gathering market intelligence before saying, okay, this is the business that I'm going to move into. I need to understand what the competitive landscape look like. So some people are hiring Kelly. I'm just making this up because she does X. She does more than walk the dog. She grooms them. She sits for them. All those things, right? You need to and she charges X and all those things. So you need to understand the competitive landscape. So the first part of your strategy is actual market intelligence. The second part of your strategy is what I call money matters. You got to understand that cash flow is a lifeline of any business. So no matter what you do, you got to make sure that your finances are managed. So case in point, that same pet business that you decide, I think I can start this when I'm home as I'm a college student and I'm home for the holidays, or, maybe it's seasonal, maybe I'm home for the summer. And this is a way that I can basically make some more money. Do I understand the cash flow that's, I'm going to need for this business? So now I'm thinking, how am I going to advertise the business? Is it word of mouth? Do I have a brand? I can't just go on TikTok and say, hey guys, I'm now offering this pet service. So how am I going to manage the cash flow? How much money do I need for the lifeline of this business so that I'm not going broke? Okay. So always making sure that your finances are managed as well. And the last part of this is your business branding and naming your business and then creating a strategy around that. So when we talk about business branding, we typically talk about, being clear about the name of your business, the logos and the colors and all those things that are involved in telling the story and really building the identity of your business brand. So again, there are ways that you can do that. Very affordable. You can go on Canva as well. You can sign up for Canva. It's free, or you can, pay a little extra and get the pro service. But you can go on there and start to create the digital aspects of the look and feel of your business brand, along with the name. And even with the name, testing it out. Google it to see who else is using that kind of name, making sure that as you're creating these business names, it has to make sense. So, make sense to what it is, the service that you're providing. So if you're doing that pet sitting business and, and you're calling it Doggy or Us or whatever, right? Just making sure that service that you're providing, that it makes sense to the consumers that you're targeting. It's not confusing to your brand, and then creating a strategy around how you're going to communicate that brand to the people on social media or your potential customers or all of those things. So how are you going to actually do your business branding? So that's the second area. So again, what you need to know, I'm talking about strategy right now. And the first three things that you need to know as part of your strategy is market intelligence. You got to know your competitive landscape. You got to understand how money works. So that's money matters. You got to understand cash flow is a lifeline. So no matter what you do, make sure you have your finances managed. And then the last part of that core strategy is the business branding. And so everything from naming it to creating the strategy and all of those things are tied into the actual business brand strategy. Now we're going to come to business planning. So I'm gonna call out some questions, and I just want you to absorb what these are and think about, as you're planning your business. So business planning used to be, many pages long, very, very taxing. And I think if you talk to folks who've been around for quite some time, like myself, been working for quite some time and in business, that we have a more traditional view on business planning, and yet that is not the case. A business plan nowadays could literally be a one-page PowerPoint slide. So here are some questions that I want you to think about business planning in this date and time. Okay, and the first question is this: what is the need that your business exists to satisfy, and how will you do that? What is the need that your business exists to satisfy, and how will you do that? That is the first question. This question is important because, again, a lot of times we create businesses because something isn't working somewhere else. So we have people who will say, you know what, I don't want to work for John Doe anymore. I think I can do better on my own, right? And so they'll go out and start a business. Now, imagine if you are, I'm just going to call out a title. Imagine if you're an analyst and you've been doing that kind of work for quite some time, and you just don't want to do that anymore because you feel like, you know what, my real skills and talent are, I'm a baker. At the heart, that's what I'm doing. I feel purpose-led to do that. I love it. I enjoy it. There's passion around doing that. I don't mind baking for anyone. I just love it. People have given me feedback that they love my food. And so therefore I've built up a customer base just unknowingly. Every holiday, I'm the person people tag for the pies and so forth, right? So even with that, you still have to ask the question, what is the need that your business exists to satisfy, and how are you going to do that? So if I'm that person in my family who's the baker, the pie creator, right? No pun intended on my brand pie. But the need that my business exists to satisfy, maybe it's I'm creating these amazing complex flavor, because again, remember, I would have known the competitive landscape that I'm walking into, meaning I'm just not a pie shop. Okay. So I understand that there are people already providing this service or this product. And so what's going to make me different? Why would you buy from me? Family, family is family, but you would, selling 20 pies is not going to sustain you if you're trying to shift from being an employee to an entrepreneur, right? So really understanding the need that your business exists to satisfy, and then how are you going to do that? Am I going to do this through a stand-up store? Am I going to do this through e-commerce? It's just pure word of mouth. I'm looking at social media to help me drive sales? Am I just doing it for certain events? Is it custom? Like, what is it and how am I going to do that? So that's the first question. These are the business plan, what you need to do. The second question that you need to ask yourself is the value proposition. And the question is this: how does your company differentiate itself? Okay, this is a value proposition. How does your company differentiate itself? So again, back to me being the pie maker. So I'm baking pies and people love it and family loves it and so forth. But so is Tom, and so is Miriam, and so is Sarah, and everybody is baking pies. And by the way, you can go to any grocery store in the frozen food section. You can get yourself a frozen pie if you're not a bake that you don't have the skills to bake from scratch, and you can satisfy your family, or you can hit another bakery. How does your company differentiate itself? Maybe you're the pet grooming company that I floated out earlier. Maybe that is your thing, and that's what you're looking into. Even as the pet grooming company, how does your company differentiate itself? So what is the value proposition for your company? So that's the second question. The third question is, what will be your most effective marketing and sales strategies? Okay. What will be your most effective marketing and sales strategies? Okay. So this is going to be harsh teaching right here. So the difference between marketing and sales, it is different and yet not vastly different, but they're not the same things. So effective marketing strategies means that you would have thought about the product and the service that you're going to deliver. You would have thought about the audience, your consumers, where they are and how you're going to reach them. What do they want to see? You would have thought about, or you would have researched what your competitors are doing. You would have thought about your value proposition and how you differentiate your company. So Sarah's bagels are better than Tom's bagels because Sarah uses cinnamon, whatever it is, right? You would have thought about it. Then you would have created a marketing plan and a marketing strategy to support that, to talk about the key things that your product has that makes it different from your competitors. You would have made it very clear in all of your communications. You would have had all of your taglines to support it. You would have had all of the messaging on all of your mediums to support it, you'd have thought about which mediums you use. So it's not just going on Facebook and YouTube and or LinkedIn or TikTok or X, formerly known as Twitter, Twitch. It's not just going onto these platforms and then saying, hey, by the way, we just launched some bagels. We've got cinnamon in ours, right? But what is your actual strategy to reach your customer, to educate your customer on what it is that you're offering? And then you start thinking about the sales strategies to support that. How do you drive revenue? How do you drive sales? How do you drive and build awareness through marketing so that you can get the return through sales? So business planning is what will be your most effective marketing and sales strategy. And it's really important that you know that you don't have to do everything everybody else is doing. Listen, I have been on these social media streets for quite some time. And I always chuckle when I get these experts that'll reach out and say, Mrs. Pie on YouTube, we should have many more subscribers. And I go, well, that's not, YouTube isn't used like that for us. That is not the driving platform. We're not trying to do that. We actually have a larger base of people who watch our shows on a whole different network called ParadeDeck.com TV, and we're live every week, right? So you have to also understand that when sometimes when people are giving you some of these marketing advice and sales strategies, that you still have to step back and make it make sense for your business. You're not going to be able to do everything that they're telling you to do. You're not going to be able to satisfy every need. You just need to make sure that you're aligned back to the plan. At the end of the day, it needs to be measurable so that you know when you need to pivot and maybe take some of that advice, but make sure that you can pivot back to what you need to do as a business. Another part of the business planning is how much money you need to get your business started and generating actual revenue. So you got to be real. Like there's some companies, there's some business ideas that folks have that, even a pet grooming business, maybe I need $250,000 to get started. You need to know that. And the only way you're going to get to know that is if you've done the market research and pulled the intelligence reports and checked out your competitors and, where do you want to be and all those things. You really have to take the time to do that. And my last question is, are you prepared to fail? You got to be prepared to fail. So I had a clothing line back in the day called Stush Label. Clearly, I don't have that clothing line anymore, but I love fashion. I love clothes. And when I launched that line, I was so lucky. Now I was so blessed. I was in my thing, but I didn't have the resources. Quite frankly, it was a passion, but I didn't really have purpose aligned to it. And I really didn't have a plan. I just love clothes. And so I spent a lot of mental space, mental, energy and money building this thing. I was on a local television show many, many moons ago in Nashville, Tennessee, as our literally showing our fashion. But I couldn't wait to get out of that business because I realized that, listen, I don't want to be a fashion designer. I just love fashion. I want to have access to fashion. I don't want to be in fashion. So I had to be prepared to fail and take the lessons from that fail. So some of y'all are going to launch things and it's not going to work out the first or second time. Maybe it's the fourth time, right? But just understand that you have to be prepared to fail and also be willing to pivot. So even for us with LCM Group, we're in a season of pivoting. There have been so many opportunities that came from when we launched. Within months, we were so, this is so cool that we were actually recognized by The Voice UK, which is the largest newspaper, the oldest one, been around for 40 something years in the UK, in the West Indies, and in Africa. And they recognized LCM Group and Pi because we were the only ones that were sharing or giving affordable brand training for people of color. And that happened months after launching. And I could have said, okay, well, let's just keep marketing on that. But the business pivoted. The business pivoted as the needs of the market shifted. because we understood that, listen, we're not interested in fighting for clients. We're not interested in fighting for consumers. Let's figure out what our area, our zone is, and let's focus on that. And what made us really stand out is our brand pie. It's Mrs. Pie. It's literally what I bring to the table. So then we pivoted because we understood the market is pivoting. And we didn't want to be, with, all the millions of other people on LinkedIn talking about personal brand. We just didn't want to do that. We understood kind of what our lane is. So we shifted into our lane. So we had to be able to step away from opportunities that wouldn't make sense long-term for the business. So here's the difference. The difference is being willing to say, hey, I've got to pivot in this way because this aligns to the long-term goal of the business, or this aligns to my long-term goal, period. So if you're a student or maybe you're an entrepreneur, you're thinking about starting something, you have to be prepared to fail. You have to be prepared to pivot. You have to have your ear to the market, ear to the ground, and you have to be willing to shift, even if it looks like it makes no sense. Because when I tell people, sorry, we're not taking any clients, we're booked and busy, right? Sorry, we're not doing that right now. They're shocked. Like, why wouldn't you do that? Because we're pivoting for a long-term strategy, not just for the needs of today, right? So being prepared to fail and being prepared to pivot is so important. So again, this was the section that talked about what you need to do. I talked about having a strategy. I talked about business planning and some of the questions that you want to ask yourself. I know I've said a lot in a very short time. So if you missed anything, please go back because it really, really is important. And one day, if you do these things, you're going to thank me for it. So I'm coming to my last section, and this is talking about where you need to act. Where do you need to act? So these are now the focus areas as you're thinking about your business and what you want to do. So I'm going to start with, there's three main areas, and I'm going to drill down into them. And again, this is where you want to pause, get your pen and paper out, and take some notes, okay? So the first focus area for your business around brand and social media marketing. This is important. So under brand and social media marketing, there are under that are three things that I want you to think about. The first thing is your branding and your visual imagery. And when I talk about branding and visual imagery, I don't mean going out and just talking to somebody about, creating me a pretty logo, okay? Or which colors my website should be. When you're thinking about branding, I want you to think about even yourself as how you show up. I am literally me no matter where I go, right? And I am the actual brand. So I always show up prepared and I'm representing that brand. Okay. So the visual imagery that people will pull from, it's not just your website. It's not just your YouTube thumbnails. It's not just your TikTok videos and, understanding how to work the algorithms. It has nothing to do with a LinkedIn post where you're posing like an Instagram post next to your car saying, look, I'm so successful. Those things will come back to hurt you. They will haunt you. Okay. So thinking about the branding, what is it that what your brand is speaking for you? It's the same way that you build your personal brand where you're talking about, your what's important to you, what you have to offer and all those things, right? It's the same way you're thinking about your brand and your social media strategy for your business. How does your business show up? The second thing under the brand and social media marketing area is the messaging, and that the messaging must be consistent. So when I say anything, I'm speaking as the business. When I say anything, I'm speaking as Mrs. Pie. That's my brand. So I'm Mrs. Pie, and it's very consistent. People have come to know me as Mrs. Pie. I say the same thing over and over again. I'm very consistent in the message. If you go and paradedeck.com and you search Mrs. Pie, we've got tons of books and blogs and events and speaking engagements and everything. It's all in one area. Tells you everything you need to know about Mrs. Pie, right? But the messaging is very clear and consistent, and you do that because you don't want to confuse people about what it is or who you are. And especially if you're maybe you're a smaller business and you've got a lot going on, right? And it's hard sometimes to explain that, hey, not only do we do this, but we do this, or we do this, or we do this. And it can be overwhelming to people when you're, passionate about, hey, I'm a speaker, I'm an author, I'm a blogger, I'm a podcaster. Just look me. Literally, I'm just like, yeah, just go look me up on paredeck.com, because people will get overwhelmed. But the messaging is very consistent. And the last thing under brand and social media marketing is really thinking about the mediums that you're using. So again, it's not about like, oh, I need to be on YouTube. Why, right? Why do you need to be on YouTube? What's the return? Because there's a lot of work involved especially if you're a business and you're trying to position yourself. Just because you have 1 million followers on TikTok, don't expect them to follow you to YouTube. There's a lot of work involved. So being really clear about the mediums that you use. If you're using Facebook, if you're using LinkedIn, if you're using Twitter, etc., like you got to really be careful about which medium serve the best need for the messaging you need to get out to your audience. So the second focus, so that was brand and social media marketing. And the second focus area is your comm strategy, your communication strategy. And so this is important because it really is where you're going to be articulating that vision we talked about. It has to do with storytelling and then shifting, as I said, from followers to what I call community. So articulating the vision, again, this is where, as you're trying to tell, people who you are and where you're trying to go. Remember, we talked about being inspirational and aspirational, but you have to be able to articulate that in the way that you communicate. And there's a lot of videos, there's a lot of shorts, there's a lot of, promo ads and things like that. Sometimes I step away from promo ads. I specifically use promo ads to promote upcoming things. I won't use it to show like a video of where I've done something years ago because it dates me. This is just me. This is just the way I roll. So thinking about using those promo ads to tell the story of where you're going, articulating that vision, and also is a great way to introduce yourself. If you're watching Black Business Network, you'll see all of the amazing intro promos that a lot of the businesses have put forth. So those are great examples of how you can articulate the vision as a way to communicate through a different medium. And that's also another way for you to start building on storytelling and sharing your journey. So if you're using social media, then maybe you're creating your social media strategy around storytelling, how you started, how you make the product, how your customers experience the product, after the product, you can kind of weave and tell the story. If you're a business, if you're a company, you're talking about the journey of your products, the journey of technology, and the people involved in making that come to life. That's an example of storytelling. And then the other thing I talked about is the difference between community and followers. Don't be fooled by the number of followers. You want to build a community, because you can have, again, 1 million followers, but nobody buys your product. Okay, so don't be impressed by the number of followers, unless you're moving into a space where your actual job is an influencer, and that is an actual job. Affiliate marketing is an actual job. So unless that is your actual job, then you want to focus on the community that you're building, because those communities will end up being the ones that will refer customers back to you. And then the last focus area is really honing in on the product and service that you're offering. So what are the costs associated with building out the products or the services that you're trying to offer? What kind of funding you need? What's the return on the tools and resources? Don't just go spend money on things just because, someone on social media influenced you into doing it, right? Really understanding the return on the tools and resources, and outsourcing help, outsourcing and hiring help. There's a lot of virtual assistant solutions and products. There's products out there. So maybe thinking about, outsourcing in that way. Okay, so I want to touch on, I'm being careful at the time, because again, I could talk about this for hours. Okay, so you can reach me at paredeck.com. You can just pull me up as Mrs. Pie. Everything is out there. I am so excited. By the way, genius is common, and you can bet what my genius is. It's around brand, it's around strategy, it's around culture, and it's around Mrs. Pie. I will see you on the other side.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate. Why do I do what I do? You know, my life coach asked me that a few years ago. And she said, Tony, what's your why? And I told her, and she said, girl, you've already accomplished that. Perhaps you need a new why.
Hi, Tony Harris, Amy Hoydu with Say It Said Marketing, one of your students. And just wanted to say thank you, Tony Harris, for spending so much time with me and giving me that boost in my business that I so drastically needed.
My why is to touch, move, and inspire my clients to take drastic steps to be better than they were before they met me. I'm a resource. I'm a connector. I want to help people build deeper relationships that are beneficial to their life and business. That's what I do best.
So, first thing you got to do is show up. And speaking is a way to magnetically attract your ideal client to you. How many of you use social media that way? Absolutely, and this is how you look to the world. Drastic steps are the steps that are needed to be successful. And my business is drastic denotes a mindset. Getting out of your comfort zone. Doing something that you don't necessarily feel comfortable doing, want to do, but you know it's a necessary step to be successful in your business.
I get the most satisfaction when I see my connections flourishing into relationships long after I am gone.
Hi, my name is Jasmine Augustine with Media Jasmine, and I've joined several networking and referral groups in the area. And Network in Action Northeast Houston with Tony Harris Taylor is one of the best organizations that I've joined.
I love that piece of what I do, and it is what fuels my fire. My name is Tony Harris Taylor, saying take a drastic step today for a fantastic tomorrow.
Ladies, if you're a person who continually pours out, you won't want to miss this upcoming event. October 13, 14, and 15 at the Holiday Inn and Suites in Ocean City, Maryland, where we have a power-packed lineup of ladies who are going to pour into you. If you need to increase your impact, your influence, and your income, this is the event for you. Don't miss the power of sisterhood. These ladies coming from around the world to network and connect with you. Don't miss it. How do you get the information? Glad you asked. Go to barbarahsmith.com and click the link. All the details there. Don't miss Sisters Inspire Sisters to Advance, October 13, 14, 15 at the beautiful Holiday Inn and Suites in Ocean City, Maryland. What you know and I know together can change the world. I want to see you there.
Did you know that our black dollar only lasts for 6 hours in our community? Yet other communities, their dollars last for 19 to 30 days.
The Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation. Yes, that's why we created the Black Wall Street Nation. Black Wall Street Nation is a centralized directory available to all black businesses across the world. It was created for businesses like you, the ones that want to start and the ones who have a dream that have already started, such as businesses like Drop in a Bucket Productions, Valito Foods, Sugar Tea Branding Firm, All the Dazzle, Bun Cakeaholic, Miss Riot, and you. We'll have marketing, seminars, and some funding coming soon just for you. So, we want you to come and join us. www.blackwallstreetnation.com.
See you there.
I'm Kennedy Harris. My genius is being an entrepreneur. I'm the CEO of K-Lock, a company where I develop my very own line of kids supplements. I currently market my multivitamin for kids to help combat weak immunity. During the pandemic, research has shown that having a strong immune system is key to fighting off disease. My vitamins are for kids, but adults can benefit from them as well. I'm adding a proprietary blend to my supplement line. I want to create my own blend so that I have a competitive edge in the marketplace. Staying healthy is important to me so that we live longer and have healthier lives. My website is klockproducts.com. That is K-L-O-C-K. Genius is common.
So what we have to do is when we get in a spot, we need to create some spots for us. That's the main thing. We need to be able to be in a position where we're able to create those spots for us. For me, being an entrepreneur, I'm not just going to get a business and then leave you sitting high and dry. If you ask me some questions about entrepreneurship, I'm going to give you as much as I received. I've seen people who made it, and then when you ask them, it's like, okay, now you have to pay me for the information, the same information I got for free. We probably in totally different cities. There's no way that we're going to bump heads or anything. We're not competing. Bring me up with you. And so I just think that whatever education that I have, then I need to be able to give that to my own as well. So create the spots. You can create the spots when you get there.
Hey guys, my name is Caden. I'm the CEO of Caden Teaches, and my genius is teaching kids about financial literacy. Throughout my financial products, such as my financial flashcards, my activity book, and my newest project, my financial bus, which I bought. And on the bus, it has a mock bank where kids will learn how to deposit and withdraw money, a mock grocery store where kids will be able to learn how to have a family budget, and a mock stock exchange where kids will even be able to learn how to invest in stocks. Now, I decided to start teaching kids about financial literacy because I find that most kids graduate high school without even knowing the basics about financial literacy. And I feel if I were to teach kids about financial literacy, that I would be able to help kids tap into their genius. And I actually learned about financial literacy to my dad because I would go to business meetings with him and I would always see that they were talking about financial literacy. And at that point, I didn't understand what financial literacy was. So I took it upon myself to learn about financial literacy and teach it to kids in a way that they could understand. But I want you guys to help me help kids tap into their genius by going to my website, cadenteaches.com, and you can sew into me in my financial bus by going to my GoFundMe link. And remember, if Caden can, you can too. Because genius is common.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Shelly Jeffcoat, and I'm your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network that showcases Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. So we have speakers in London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities across the United States. You should know that the Black Business Network is a global community that shares its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I am so excited and honored to be here. Our next speaker is Wade Randolph, the CEO of Randolph Unlimited. And Wade has 18 years experience nationally. He's imparting invaluable wisdom to fellow business professionals, whether the focus is on enhancing leadership capabilities, cultivating efficient teamwork, utilizing motivational strategies, or refining business communication. Wade serves as the motivating factor in providing business professionals with a wealth of best practices and strategic insights. These insights empower you to not only stay ahead, but to truly excel beyond your competitors. And so I am excited to join Wade on a fireside chat, Wade Randolph for Black Business Expo.
Good morning, Shelly.
I was looking forward to this. I'm so excited to have this conversation. I love talking to Wade. How are you?
This might be dangerous, but good morning. How are you?
I am great. I'm so glad, as I was going through your bio, and y'all, when I share like that, I'm really thrilled. I am genuinely thrilled to have this conversation with Wade. There are some people in this field that know what they're talking about. There's some people that don't. Wade knows what he's talking about. And so I'm really excited to dig into a lot of what you have to offer. And I definitely do want to touch on your book as well. But I wanted to just get started. First of all, Wade wrote the book, How to Lead During Times of Change, Challenge, and Chaos. And I dare say this is about the best time that we all need to have this book. So before we get into the book, I wanted to find out a little bit more about how you got started in leadership training.
Yeah, well, sometimes you are thrown into what you need. Sometimes it is that not taking that easy road, but taking that road that's necessary to bring out the best in you. So the question we have to ask is, what's bringing out the best in you? Are you looking forward to the day? Or are you just wondering what the day will be? I got thrown into leadership. Let me underscore that word. I got thrown into leadership because my company, I used to manage real estate firms. And as you know, sometimes life is like ups and downs. My company was going through a change, and the CEO of the company at that time called me in and said, "We're making changes." I don't know about you, Shelley, but sometimes that word change is not what you look forward to. And he said, "Mr. Randolph, I want to see you in my office." And I said, "Well, I'm busy. Can we make it later today?" And he says, "Mr. Randolph, if you make it later today, you may not be here." So I showed up early. And he said, "I'm interested in talking with you of you being the manager." Now, Shelley, any good firm already has a manager. And I said, "Well, you already have a manager. I'm not interested in taking his spot. He's already here." He says, "Well, he was here before our meeting. He's no longer here now." And I said, "Well, I'm not really interested." He says, "Mr. Randolph, I want you to mind your words very carefully." He said, "I want you to think about this, young man." He says, because if you're not interested in being the manager, we may not need you."
Wow.
Now, Shelley, I might be bold, but I'm not stupid. Sometimes you have to take a moment and think and get insight and advice of what's your next step. You see, often we try to take that next step without consulting people. Often we try to take that next step without getting insight. I tell people, find someone that can help you grow and get you a power partner. Please write that down. Get a power partner. Somebody that will give you insight when you can't focus. So naturally, I called my wife and I said, "Baby, they offered me a manager's position." And she said, "You don't know anything about management." There's an old saying, "The truth will set you free." And that was the truth. That was truly the truth. And I said, "Well, yeah, but there are changes going on." And the CEO said, "If I don't take that job, I'm no longer here." She said, "Baby," she said, "can you talk freely? Are you in a place that you can talk freely?" I said, "Yeah." She said, "Listen closely. Pull the phone close to your ear." She said, "Let me tell you something. If you take that job because we have bills, then you must succeed. And in doing that, you got to learn everything you can about being not just a good manager, but being the best manager that they have had, because we have bills to pay. You have responsibilities, and you don't have time to fail."
Wow. Yeah.
Shelley, I took that job, and it probably was the best decision I ever made. See, sometimes it's not going the easy road, it's going the difficult road that you can't see the next step. Sometimes you have to get out of your comfort zone. I took that step, and I took that company to number 2 in the market before it was sold. But here's the beauty of it. See, it's not about the money all the time, it's about the mission.
That's right.
That opened the doors to my mission becoming this Wade Randolph that you're talking to this morning. Because if I had never taken that hard road, you and I would never be talking. If I had never taken that hard road, the people that I have met over the last 18 years, I would have never helped them in their life. If I had never taken that hard road, then I wouldn't have become the person that can make a difference in so many people's lives. So here's my point. What hard road are you running away from that you need to take that will make a difference, not only in your life, but in the lives of people that you haven't even met yet?
Wow, that is so powerful. I was thinking about, what you just shared about the hard road, and this is one of the characteristics of really strong leadership. And I think the word leadership gets overused a lot. And I know for those of y'all might be watching who work in a 9-to-5, the word leadership might be used aligned to someone's job title, but it is not. That is a job title. It is not. So I wanted to get from your perspective, how do you define leadership?
So I always go back to a quote, and I heard you earlier. Sometimes it is who you are behind your words.
Yes.
Who do you exhibit? Who is this person? And what do you do to exhibit the best in you when no one's watching? Who are you really? I've read a quote years ago by one of our presidents that he's not even known, John Quincy Adams. But he left an indelible mark in the quote that he used to say. He said, if I can help you become more, if I can help you to dream more, if I can help you to achieve more. So let's break that down. Let's not just give lip service. Who are you helping? Who are you helping bring out the best in them? What people are you helping achieve so that when they see you from years from now, they will say, you left a mark on me? What are you doing that you see? I think in life, Shelley, either you can be example or you can be a warning. Let me say that again. Either you can be example or you can be a warning of example of who you can become, or is that people around you, they will say, wow, I want to be like that. Or are you a warning to say, I don't want to be around you and let me find someone else to spend my time with? So back to your point. Who are you becoming? Are you helping people to dream more, to become more, to achieve more? That's real leadership in my book.
Wow. Y'all, first of all, I'm literally like, how do I take clips out of this and use it over and over and over again for not just for adults. This is something I think is for those of us who are maybe parents of older generations and Gen Z, whatever gen we're in, that this is the stuff that you want to clip and share and talk to your kids about, because I think we do have such a rudimentary thought bubble about what leaders are and what leadership is. And I wanted to find out, some of the people that you would have considered leaders as you were growing up. This is, I'm thinking like from the mom perspective, and how can I steal some information from you? But who were leaders that you saw growing up?
You know, the people that shaped this, Wade Randolph. See, here's what I think. Sometimes we suffer from possibility blindness.
Yeah.
That we are blind of the people around us that pour into us. So let me give you two people that has made this Wade Randolph, this person that you're talking with today, that I never knew existed. And there's a person behind you that's waiting to get out and screaming to get out, but you got to work on bringing them out. I heard you earlier to say that you had to go through some failures.
That's right.
And I say, sometimes we got to think differently, because those failures, there's no such thing as failures. There's always learning. What do you need to learn to go to your next level? So let me go back to your question. Who helped me? I've always been a guy that has liked to work. Work should probably be my middle name, because I hate sitting around and wasting time. I used to work for a gentleman by the name of Sam Plush, here in Richmond, Virginia. I'm in Midlothian, Virginia, but Sam Plush was a guy that we used to call him the old man, but we used to really call him the wise owl. I'm a project kid. I come from the projects, 2112 Red Street. And I didn't have a future, didn't know where I was going. I thought that if I lived to be 18, it would be good. And I used to run with some hard heads. Now, I needed to find hard heads in my community. And when I started working for Mr. Plush, he used to say, son, be mindful of the people that you spend your time with. And I'm like, man, why are you telling me that? I've got some good friends. And I never forgot one evening, I decided to run with a group, and we decided to go and steal hubcaps from cars. And being young but crazy, I decided to pick the best gleaming car with the best hubcaps around. And it was a Cadillac. And I pried the hubcaps off, got all to 3. And when I went for number 4, something buzzed by my ear. Pop, pop, pop. And I'm like, what is that? Then all of a sudden, one of the guys said, run, he's shooting. So a guy was shooting at me because I was stealing his hubcaps. Did not say, sometimes when you're young, you're just a little stupid, a little crazy. And I got all 4 of the hubcaps, and the guy, who was with me, said, man, you did a great job. He said, look, I'm going to buy those from you. Here's $25. And Shelly, I poked my chest out, went to work that night, and Mr. Plus said, man, where you been? I've been calling you, come in early. I said, man, I was busy. He said, young man, where have you been? I said, look, I would made some extra money and I put the $25 on the counter. And he said, how'd you get that? And I said, well, me and some guys, he said, look, don't tell me. They used to call me Mosquito. Now, I want you to think about that. They used to call me Mosquito because I was the smallest, but also I didn't have any value and I didn't know the value of myself. And he said, young man, let me tell you, let me ask you something. Is your life worth $25?
Wow.
Here's my point, and here's why I tell that story. We have to ask, what is our life worth? And how are we looking at ourselves? Because I lived up to that word of mosquito, didn't have any value in myself, didn't really know where I was going. A mosquito, you just slap him and you kill him. Didn't have any value, didn't know where I was going. I didn't have any self-pride. You have to ask yourself, what's the value do you place on you? See, I tend to ask my clients a lot of times, what's your value? And they will give me a monetary value. And I said, no, that's not the question. The answer is you are priceless. Now, are you living up to being priceless? But here's the next thing. Mr. Plush fed into me because he could see something in me that I couldn't see in myself. Remember I said earlier, get a power partner, because there are some people that can see in you what you can't see in yourself. You can't see the picture when you're in the frame. You can't see the real you when you are trying to just work on you. That's why you got to have people around you that can see and more in you so they can stretch you and bring out the best in you. Here's a second person that made the difference in my life. For 8 to 10 years, I worked directly with Les Brown, the motivational speaker. And Les is a person that there are some people that accept being good. And he said, I don't accept being good. I want to bring out the greatness in you. Yes. There's a greatness in all of us that we need to work to bring out. And as you said earlier, you got to go through those growing pains. You got to go through that, getting out of your comfort zone. You got to go through getting this person of Wade Randolph out of your way so you can see the greater Wade Randolph that's in the way that can bring and make a difference in the world.
Wow. Yeah, I just suck. That is so, if we're honest with ourselves, members of our community, okay, the truth is that a lot of us don't know what value we have because we see our lives wasted. And some of it is obviously things that we are contributing to ourselves. And there's some of it is just society and the culture that we're in. And so I was curious on your thoughts about what you thought even the state of leadership. What is that state of leadership right now? And what's changed regarding leadership you've seen within the last few years?
There's a dramatic change. When in leadership, in any leader in a company or in the home, let your words be your bond. And people must be willing, if they give their words, if I tell you I'm going to meet you at a certain time, then keep your word. Not only to that person, keep your word to yourself. Because realistically, when you don't keep your word to, it's not affecting the person that you don't meet so much. It's affecting your psyche, because then you become a person that isn't grounded. You become a person that if you can't believe in you, then how do you expect someone else to believe you? Keep your word. Don't take advantage of someone else. If anything, help that person become a stepping stone so that you and that person can get to the next level together. We don't always have to be in competition. We must be willing to work with each other. So when I go up, I bring you up. How has leadership changed? We are no longer bringing each other up. We're stepping on each other in order to find our way. And the reality is, if you can't bring me up from our conversation, from our interactions, from our information that we put out, then what good are we doing? There's an old quote says, iron sharpens iron. Yes. Are you sharpening anyone today so that they will be better? But here's a real question. Are you sharpening anybody today that you will become better? Iron sharpens iron.
Iron sharpens iron. Do you think there's a special type of person that makes the best and most effective leaders?
Well, you said it earlier. There's nothing special about me. There's nothing special about you. See, here's the element that I found from dealing with people that have helped this Wade Randolph come out. It's not about the money. It's about the mission. Let me say that again, because that might have.
Oh, yeah.
It's not about the money. It's about the mission, because if you find a mission, the money will follow. If you are in line with what is it that you can do to help someone? See, all of us can't play basketball. All of us can't be as gifted as you in your artistry. All of us can't be another Michael Jordan.
That's right.
But we can be the best person that we can be by bringing out the next level of us. What's your mission? What is it that you're sick and tired of being sick and tired of? What is it that you're tired of seeing and you're saying, if I have the ability, I can do something about this. If I want to make an improvement in my home, then these are the things I can do. Sometimes you got to start small before you go big. No one wants to start small. They want instant success. Start small. I started with kids in school, talking about them how to communicate. I started talking to them about you don't have to live in the projects, that the people around you don't shape your life. You shape your own life. I started by talking with kids. And then some people said, why don't you start talking with adults? Why don't I hire you to be a coach? Why don't you start giving public presentation? I started small, but I had a dream that could become big. Sometimes you got to be willing to take the steps to lead you from the small to the big things. A big shot is no more than a small shot that kept shooting.
Wow. Let's just, y'all, soak that in for a second, okay? A big shot. Can you say that again?
A big shot is no more than a small shot that kept shooting. He kept shooting at his goal. He kept coming back again and again and again. He saw that brick wall and said, if I can't get over it, I'll go under it. I'll go through it. I'll go around it, but there has to be a way.
Wow. So some of the people that you've coached to become successful leaders, can you talk about, I mean, obviously we won't go into people's business, but can you share some of the profiles maybe of the folks that you've coached?
Sure. I like talking to business professionals.
Okay.
Because a business professional, they have a goal, and there are a few things that if you can get them to articulate what's stopping them, then realistically you can help them achieve that goal. So a lot of my clients, what I tell them is, if you can, what gets measured gets mastered. What's get measured gets mastered. So I have them, when we first meet, I say, draw me a scale from 1 to 10. And I want you to rate yourself on the scale of 1 to 10 and tell me where you are as far as if you see yourself as a leader. Let's just say that. So I'm going to do this real exercise real quick. They will draw a line, number it 1 to 10, and a lot of them will come and say, well, I'm a 7. I say, okay, if you rate yourself as a 7, what are the 3 things that are stopping you from becoming an 8? And when we are able to articulate those 3 things that stops them from becoming to an 8, maybe it's communication, maybe it's having an effective staff, maybe it's time management. Once we understand what the roadblocks are, then we focus on those roadblocks to bring them to an 8. Because if I can get them to 8, I can get them to a 9. If I can get them to a 9, I can get them to a 10. What is it that you need to work on to come to the next level? Because there is something in you that's calling you, Shelly, come to the next level. Come to the next level. But a lot of times we don't sit down and articulate it so that we know what we can work on. That's why, again, let me say again, sometimes we need people in our lives that tell us not what we want to hear. We need people in our lives to tell us what we need to hear so we can go to that next level to bring out the best leadership or the best person that we can be.
So I want to ask this next question on behalf of especially students that might be watching who are trying to build up their leadership skills and qualities.
Sure.
Is there something that causes leaders to be unsuccessful or to fail?
Yeah, there is. I used to run a radio show years ago, and I had a younger man on my show, became a good friend from DC, Omi Congo. And I would say, Omi, why don't you like talking with older people? See, my kids say I'm getting older. I said, no, I'm getting seasoned. I get better like wine. And he said one statement I'll never forget. He said, because older people don't want to listen. Sometimes as we must stop talking and just listen. And I tell my clients, learn to, if you're having a problem with your team, if you're having a problem with your, let's just break it in, if you're having a problem in your household, take time to listen at a deep level. Take time not just to look at it from your perspective, look at it from other people's perspective. Listen at a deep level, because when we listen at a deep level, if you want real success, the people that are successful listen at a deep level before they open their mouth and run their mouth about their perspective. Nelson Mandela, in his book, The Mandela's Way, he used to bring people in and he would say, before I give you my perspective, I'm going to go around the room and listen to what your problems are, what's your perspective. And he would be the last person to talk. Yeah. What makes a leader successful? He listens at a deep level and he understands all perspectives before he will give his.
Wow. Would you say that is the most effective trait, or is there another for a leader is listening?
There are a few major traits, but listening is one. But the character, what's your character? Are you just showing up and you're showing people who you are just to feel what their mindset are? Are you showing up as being the real Wade Randolph? Are you putting on a show?
Yeah.
Or are you being real? I used to have a client, and one of her tagline is, okay, let's just be real. And she used to just tell the people in her, let's just be real. I'm not talking about the title that you wear at work. You know, I go into different offices and I meet attorneys, I meet CEOs. No, I'm talking about, who are you? I had the pleasure some years ago of meeting Cicely Tyson. And when she walked in the room like a queen. And I asked her, I said, Miss Tyson, I've seen you on TV. What is it that gives you that breath of energy that makes you stand out and show that you're maybe on screen, but you make such a difference? I can almost feel like you're there next to me when you perform. She said, baby, I'm always looking to be authentic of who I am. That I'm always want to show the pride of the people that I came from. I always want to give my best. Are you giving your best? Are you showing the pride of the people that poured into you? Are you being authentic regardless of the title or the 3 letters behind your name? Who are you behind your words?
Behind your words. My next question is, I want to know what you would suggest is if someone wants to grow, or first of all, if anyone wants to grow their leadership skills, y'all need to contact Wade. Let me just say that, okay? And I know our producers will come on and tell me if we got time, because I do want to ask you about your book. But is there from your perspective, what would you suggest if someone wants to grow or strengthen their leadership skills?
So let me give you a brief. Questions are the steering wheel of the mind. Ask yourself, don't let your mind run wild. Get away from that television. Ask yourself a better questions. Questions are the steering wheel of the mind. So here's why I tend to help my clients develop. We look at what's your mindset. 2 things will affect a person: mindset and skill set. mindset and skill set. And first, what we work on is mindset. So here's why I train my clients to ask them a question. The number one question we always work on is, who are you being right now? Who are you being? Are you being the best Wade, Randolph, and Shelley that you can be in this moment right now? Or are you being less than that? Remember I said earlier, what gets measured gets mastered. So just take a moment and start asking yourself, who am I being right now? What do I want to be today to bring out the best in me? What is it I need to do to make a difference today to bring out the best in someone else? Questions are the steering wheel of the mind. If we start working on your mindset, then we can work on your skill set to bring you up instead of leaving you where you are. Does that answer your question?
That definitely answers. And also, y'all need to get in touch with Wade. That is. So can we? I think we have time. I do want to talk about your book. I think when I met you the last time, I was like, I've got to ask him more about the book. And so the book is called "How to Lead During Times of Change, Challenge, and Chaos." And I was just curious. So first of all, what led you to write the book?
Because realistically, in this 45-minute segment, I can't give all the information that I know. This has taken me 18 years to develop and tell you. The Wade Randolph that you and I will talk with next year will be a different person.
Yeah.
What brought me to write this book is because realistically, I wanted to leave people with a sense of what my mindset is. What really, in my perspective, because there's a lot of terms about leadership, as you said, there's a lot of pieces of leadership. And a lot of times people put themselves in a box when they say this is leadership. So I wanted to say, let's break that box, because there are different elements that you can pour into that box, that container, that will make you a more professional, more powerful leader. So I wrote that book because people were saying, give me a little bit more of you. Give me something that I can take home.
Yeah.
That book has sold so well, Shelley. It's called Leadership 911, How to Lead During Times of Change, Challenge, and Chaos. So that book sold so well that we pulled it off the shelves, and now I'm putting it into a training course.
Wow.
Because what I want to do is be able to give people a sense of what leadership is and what they can make it into just from hearing a little bit and proxying a little bit of what my mindset is. As a man or woman thinketh, so is he or she. I want to impact that thinking so that we make not only leaders, we make heroes and move the culture forth, not backwards.
Wow. So the course, and thank you for that preview exclusive. That's what I do, y'all. I pull out the truth. So when that course is ready, and that is something that's going to be structured so that, and again, the audience is, students, parents, business leaders, because I think all of us, as I'm thinking as a mom, that I need this tool for teenager and a 32-year-old, right? So this is something that would help, regardless of kind of where you are in the, in that journey. And so in terms of like how people can reach you and find out more about you, can you share a little bit on that?
Sure. So feel free to reach out to me. You can contact me at my office, 804-986-1050, 804-986-1050. Feel free to call my secretary or someone from my staff will get back to you, or reach out to me. My email is wade@themoreguy.com, WADE @themoreguy.com, or my company is randolphunlimited.net. Randolph, RANDOLPH, unlimited.net.
Wow. So they're not pulling us yet. So we got a couple more minutes. So while I have you, Wade, we're going to solve some problems real time.
Sure.
Okay. So while I have you, and so again, production team, just, tell me to wrap it up and I'll wrap it up. But again, while we have you, because this is the season where a lot of folks are trying to improve themselves. We're closing out the year. So for the folks who maybe started the year with those resolutions and they didn't make it, and they're trying to think about, how they approach maybe some of the losses and failures or things that didn't happen this year.
Sure.
Also thinking about people who have lost jobs recently, and you're trying to figure out, how do I transition to whatever that looks like for me next. Do you have any encouragement or advice that you could help with people who are trying to, that's also a mindset thing. Is there any encouragement or
Sure.
word of advice that you'd share?
So let's do that. And I appreciate the question. I tell people, number one, if you're going through tough times, just start not with the month or the week, start with the day. Pull yourself. So here's what I do. I created a course called Daily Productivity Planning. Daily Productivity Planning. And I tend to tell people, here's the first thought that I want you to do when you get out of bed. Don't reach for your cell phone. Let the kids do what they want to do. But ask yourself, remember I said questions are the steering wheel of the mind. What is it that you need to do to demand that your day go good? Let me say that again. What is it that you need to do to demand, not want, not what is it that you need to do to demand that your day go good? And list those. I want you to list those 5 things that you will do to demand to ensure that your day goes good. Here's number 2. In the evening, I want you to take 5 minutes and ask yourself, what did I do today to make a difference for me and someone else? What did I do today to make a difference for me and someone else? And I guarantee you, if you do those 2 exercises, it will start to affect your mindset that will allow you to start seeing things in a different perspective. Let's talk about the person that may have lost their job. I wrote a book a few years ago called Staying Strong Through the Storm. Staying Strong Through the Storm. And when I interview people for that book, they may have lost their job. The company may close. But what they didn't do is they didn't lose themselves.
Wow.
They didn't lose themselves. They started to say, what's good about me? What is it that I enjoy? And I had them to list, I call it Take 10 to Win. List 10 things that you overjoyed about you and what you do. And out of those 10 things, what are one of those things that you can circle that you might consider making a business? So I had one young lady that the company had closed. They had asked her to exit before the company closed so she couldn't get her pension. So what she liked doing is to working in yards. So I said, why don't you take that and ask your friends, can you start doing a yard business for them? She did that. And then 3 months later, she started her own business. A year later, she had enough clients that she was replacing the revenue that she had lost. What is it that you like to do? What type of business can you start from what you like to do? And ask your friends to service them until you can build your own clientele.
Wow.
Remember, I said, as a man or woman thinketh, so is he or she. If you're in dark times, we've got to change your thinking so that we'll help you find the light.
Wow. Thank you so much for that. We're down to about a minute left on the clock. And I just want to make sure that I do give you a proper thank you, not only for sharing with us about all of your thoughts behind leadership, your expertise, obviously, and everything that you've been doing in business to support not only your clients, but also the community, but really thanking you for the extra jewels that you shared about how we can really lean into being better leaders and, rebounding after failures and how we kind of take this and make this into a practical, not just a discussion, y'all, but actual practical advice. Wade, thank you so much for coming on the show.
No, thank you for being you. Have a great morning.
Thank you. Y'all, that was so amazing. I'm so full of joy right now. And as we're going to continue the show, I just want to, again, do a quick shout out and thank you. So let me tell you about the scholarship. And part of the reason that we're here is because the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. And so that's why you hear me referencing our students who also may be watching. This expo is actually a fundraiser for students, and you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App on the screen below at BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And I also want to take some time out to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month. And so I'm going to read this list because I want to make sure that everyone's recognized. So NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Richer Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Hello LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shani Global, 5-Star BDM Media, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and Black Business Expo USA. Genius is Common, and I will see you on the other side.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know? A student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dreams by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090 tomorrow change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso, a new concept in social media. Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces its community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta, and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner. This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Follow the Brand TV broadcast host, Grant McGaugh, as he visits with top executives and entrepreneurs to find out their secrets of success with their personal brand. Follow the Brand TV broadcast host as he focuses on brand development to build better relationships, bring value to your business, relationships, and career. You will enjoy listening to each episode that is tailored to speak to you directly. If you're looking for this type of clarity in terms of building your brand, you have tuned into the right station. Each episode will help you to shape a conversation in the 5-star BDM network of 20,000 professionals and become a springboard for your corporate engagement and business opportunities. Each guest will frame their story in the areas of personal branding, business development, career development, financial empowerment, and technology innovation. Grant McGaugh explains why he is the CEO and owner of his own professional career. Grant is an accomplished business leader and entrepreneur who wants to give back to individuals to grow their personal brand strategy. Tune in as he weaves his story about new possibilities, while to you exceed expectations. If you love storytelling, this show will make for fun.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. we are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusiness.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good morning. Welcome back, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. This is the Black Business Network. My name is Shelly Jeffcoat, also known as Mrs. Pie, and I'm your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network that showcases talent, Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers chiming in from cities all across the United States, London, Singapore, Africa, and Japan. And you should know that the Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I'm really excited that our next speaker that's joining our show is one and only Dr. Barbara Wright. She is a pioneer in grant writing, and I'm so excited to hear more about all and everything that she has to say on this particular subject. There you are. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I am good. We are shifting and moving this morning. How are you doing?
Sometimes we have to do that. We have to move and shake to get it done.
We got to move and shake. So I'm honored to have you. I was trying to kind of gather my thoughts for kind of this conversation. I understand that you have some information around grant writing that you're going to share, and potentially some questions that we'll be able to ask you. And so, I want to just give you a couple of minutes to just introduce yourself to our audience and tell us a little bit more about Dr. Barbara Wright.
Okay, I am Dr. Barbara Wright. I have been writing grants for over 30 years now, actually. And I've had lots of successes in grant writing and winning over 100 million in grants. Two of my grant writing success organizations have been Housing Authority of Kansas City and Kansas City Public Schools, although we've written for churches, we've written for organizations and all different types of people. But I wrote specifically for Kansas City Public Schools for 4 years and was able to do lots of funding, help change a lot of lives. And grant writing can change a lot of lives for organizations and for those people that they serve. My slogan is that I help manifest millions for missions. Wow. Who are providing miracles to many.
Please repeat that so that all of us can capture that. So repeat your slogan.
Okay, that slogan is my 10 seconds, my 10-second elevator speech, which all of us need. So yes. I help manifest millions for missions who provide miracles to many.
Wow, that is amazing. So y'all, we're getting not only grant writing, expertise, but y'all are going to get some expertise on just communications. So I wanted to find out, because you've done this for some time now. Can you explain? And again, our audience is kind of mixed, so we have students and business leaders and entrepreneurs. But can you explain what a grant writer does, and how did you even get into this space?
Basically, I got into this space because I was hired by an organization, a major organization, that gave me responsibility for 756 youth and 5 family development activities and programs and projects with no money. What? And I was like, oh my God, how am I supposed to do this with no funding? And that is what made me start writing proposals and going around knocking on doors and becoming what I call then a professional beggar, because I wanted to provide the best programs and services that I could for youth and families that were in public housing. And so that's what made me become a professional beggar. But I believe part of the gift I was born with, because I was writing raps, rhyme songs, plays and everything from the time I was born up until, becoming an adult. So that same writing ability went into the grant writing.
So is there a specific, so you said this is a gift. Are there a specific set of like skills and qualifications, other qualifications that a grant writer needs? Because I think one of the things that was interesting to me as you started to talk a little bit about your background and your mission statement, that makes it very clear that you're solving a problem, you're solving a need. So are there other qualifications or skills that you think and maybe that's helped you become successful?
Yes, the creativity is very helpful. My background is communication, writing, and business. So for other people, you don't necessarily have to have the gift. It is great to be creative because grant writing is storytelling. And that is why that communication and writing is so important. To me, teachers make great grant writers, nurses make great grant writers. Anybody who has to be detailed and tell the story of others make great grant writers. So just because I say I believe I had a gift, that gift was really the gift of writing stories and telling stories that I used in grant writing. But anyone can learn to do it now, especially with the AI and some of those other things. There are probably going to be some people that are better than others at it, but I believe anyone can write a successful grant if they are passionate about what they do. So strong writing, research, communication skills are essential for just crafting a great proposal.
How do you find the funding opportunities that you've been so successful at? Like, how did you find those? How did they come to you?
The opportunities are found in databases. There are a lot of grant writing databases. Most of them are paid databases, but there are also a lot of free grant databases that you can find. There are foundation directories, government websites that identify relevant opportunities. You can network with industry professionals, and a lot of times the industry certain industries like construction manufacturers or manufacturers of certain products will provide you with grants that are available because they know if you apply for that grant, you're going to need their programs, products, and services. So that's a great place to find grants as well.
So is there a typical process writing a grant proposal? Is there a what does the typical process look like?
Basically, in the step-by-step grant writing, I say grant writing is finally made easy through my books and programs and services and training. The reason that I say that is because in writing grants, there are 4 goals. And there are 4 sections to any grant. So the 4 sections to any grant, no matter what grant it is the executive summary, that narrative, which is that story I talked about, the budget, the cost, and which is your cost, and then your proof, which is any attaching documents that they ask you for. Almost any grant in the world is going to have those 4 sections. And then there are 4 goals of the grant writing team. And the one goal is to build your collaborative of partners that's going to help you in getting the grant done, because no man is an island. So it's better to work together. And then once you do develop that team, selecting the members that are going to help you write the narrative, because it is a collaborative effort. And then selecting who is going to do what. That's number 3. And number 4 is the Nike. Just do it. Get it done, implement it. So that's, to me, if you learn those things, it takes the fear out of grant writing.
So this sounds like there's a lot more structure involved. And I think what a lot of us might take for granted outside of, what you actually do. That's why you're the expert and you're doing so well at it, is that there is a structure to what you actually do. And you talked about collaboration. I just want to pull that thread a little bit, if that's okay.
Sure.
What makes it so successful for you as you are talking to your potential clients? Is there something that as you're reaching out, is there specific types of organizational projects that you tend to go for, or how do you make that work?
I like education. I like healthcare, and I'm starting to work more with environmental initiatives. That's not my favorite, but I am starting to work with those. But for those who are listening, things don't just happen. Most of the grant funds are available because there are shifts in political power. There are shifts in the pestle analysis. And what I mean by pestle analysis, there are political concerns, There are economic concerns, there are social and cultural changes, there are technological changes, there are environmental changes and legal changes. That's that pestle analysis. So when you are writing grants, you have to think about what is happening politically. When I first started my business, my first business was a childcare center. And boy, we did so well. I thought I was a great business owner. I'm like, ooh, I'm good at this. But what I realized is that the Clintons were in office at the time. Now I know the Clintons were in office, and they were, Mrs. Clinton was promoting It Takes a Village to Raise a Child. So there was lots of funding in there. Well, today, the areas that are being funded is workforce development and housing, which is one, education improvement. There was a big push for equity and inclusion, and that is not just for Black and Brown, but that's for disabled, that's for rural, they've added a lot to that equity and inclusion. And then there's mental health and there's STEM. So those are the areas that are being funded. So I tell people, do you want the areas where money is being poured, or do you want the areas where money is dripping? If you want the areas where money is being poured, those are some of the areas. Now, there are some developing areas that are coming up that are going to take over. And I'll stop here in a second, but those are what I call the 4 harm, because I'm an acronym type person. And in order for me to remember some of the things that are going on, I have to put things in acronyms. So my 4 harm, the 4 is the finance. That's the F, the finance. There's finance, healthcare. There is retail and manufacturing. Those areas are being disrupted by technology. So things are about to change in those areas. So there are grants in those areas. So again, that is finance, that is healthcare, that is retail and manufacturing. If you're in any one of those areas, just know that there are grants, there's funding, there's all types of upheaval in those areas because they are being majorly disrupted by technology.
Can we touch a little bit on some of these changes that you mentioned AI at the top, and so in terms of the technology advancements that are happening, and then also the legislation changes. And I wanted to ask you about how you stay, I don't even want to say current, because you can't be current because things are always changing, but how do you, how are you pivoting to those technological changes with AI? And then my second question is, how are you staying on top of all of these legislative changes? By the way, for those of y'all who are listening, this is why she's an expert, and I'm asking her questions that maybe she's the only one that can answer. So yeah. So how do you manage those two things?
I like the way you're asking the question, because you are asking it for me, because I can't say for anybody else. I can only speak for Dr. Wright. But the way I do it, I'll share one of my major secrets, and that is that I read strategic plans. I don't want to hear what you have to say. I don't listen to the TV or the news. I listen to what you write in that strategic plan, because I know you've discussed that with your board members. You've discussed that with your advisory board members. You've discussed that with the people that are in key power. So I want to know, what in the world is your advisory board saying, or your board members saying in that strategic plan? So as far as the strategic plans is concerned, if I am applying to an organization for a grant, I am going to look at that funder's strategic plan. If I am looking to do something in the United States, I'm looking at the United States strategic plan. If I'm doing something in Missouri, Kansas, Alabama, Oklahoma, I'm going to look at the strategic plan for Alabama, Oklahoma, or even my local area. Not only am I going to look at the U.S. strategic plan, I'm going to look at the United Nations strategic plan, because it seems like whatever they do in the UK, we're coming right behind them in 10 years. And so I'm also looking at the United Nations Development Plan, because they have 17 strategic strategies that they're doing, and we are part of that. So by 2030, they want to eliminate poverty. They have 17 things that they want to do. So I follow strategic plans, in the short answer.
Wow. So this is so interesting because I at the top of the hour, y'all go back and watch the rest of BBN. We've got so much great content. But something that I talked about earlier in the morning was for those who are, again, those of you all who are watching us, that you maybe you're students and you want to be an entrepreneur, maybe you're a business owner, maybe you're out there with hundreds of employees, et cetera. But something that I shared earlier was the importance of having a consideration about an actual strategy around your business plan. And so what Dr. Wright is talking about here is, again, just supporting that. It's not a theory. We've been in business long enough to know that you kind of need to have that. It's not a nice to have, it's a must have. And so I want to follow up a little bit on when it comes to securing funding and your success rate and your track record as a grant writer in securing funding. What is that like for you, your success rate? And also, I definitely want to make sure we have time to talk about your books that I heard you mention. So I want to touch on some of the other resources and things. So what have you been, we're going to be, listen, I'm going to be very blunt right here. I'm puffing her up because she deserves it. She absolutely deserves to be, so share some of your wins and your success with grant writing with us.
As far as grant writing is concerned, a lot of it depends on who you're writing for. There are certain organizations that you're going to have a much better success rate with. And what I decided and I determined from working with all different types of organizations is there are organizations who are ready for grant writing and there are organizations who are not. And for those who are not, you only have a 25% chance. I don't care how good your grant writer is. For those of you who are ready for grant writing, you can have as much as an 80% chance. And what do I mean by ready? I mean that those organizations have already registered on sam.gov and grants.gov, who used to be combined, who have recently broke up. They're no longer married on one website. So you have to go to 2 different websites to register there. For anybody who hasn't done it recently, you'll know what I mean. But anyway, at sam.gov and grants.gov, to make sure that you are registered, to make sure that you are no longer just dependent on that DUNS number, because that is no longer used by the feds. They are using what's called a unique entity identifier. So for those who have that unique entity identifier, that might move them up from the 25% to maybe the 30%. What moves you up higher is the fact that you are established and you have already been doing some things. Your name is out there. A person can find your name. If they Google your organizational name, they can find your name out there. They can find you on social media. You have already developed a brand. So that starts to move you up maybe to the 40% range. But what moves you way up is that you have been funded before. So one of the best things to do is to get someone interested in funding you, no matter how small that amount is, because that moves you up to being funded. Now, one of my clients in Quincy, Illinois, I wrote her 501c3 last year. And last year, by the end of the year, she was already funded. Wow. Because, it takes time for them to get the 501c3. And she was funded a total of 1.2 million guaranteed if she dots every I and crosses every T. And then it could be funded for as long as 40 years, because that's the sunset on that particular grant. I have people that with Kansas City Public Schools, I wrote a grant years ago. They're still getting that grant. It was about $4.5 million a year. They are still getting that. I wrote a grant through VOCA, Victims Against Crime, the Victims of Crime Act, I believe is what it is. And they are still getting that grant, a Head Start grant. They're still getting those grants today. So sometimes you can write a grant and you can be long gone as a grant writer, and these people are still benefiting. That's why I don't understand why people don't like to pay the grant writer, because if you get one that can really help you, you may get that grant for years. But now I'll tell you about Kansas City Public Schools. When I went to work for them, they had not had a grant writer for 9 years. So we had no protocol. We really didn't have policies and procedures. So I had to first set those up, policies and procedures and protocol, and who I would help this week and who I would help next week and all of those different things. And then we didn't have the greatest name, honestly, because we did not have our accreditation. We had 4 social workers for 16,000 students. We had all kinds of issues. So it was rectifying some of those things, and it was putting a face with the name and taking Kansas City out there and turning us into something that we weren't, to where people would start to fund us. One guy told me, we haven't funded you. This is a major national organization. If I called their name, you'd know it. So we haven't funded you in 30 years and we're not about to start, and after I got through massaging and loving on them, they only get $1 grant a year. They gave us 3 grants in 1 year. 2 of them I asked for and gave us an extra one to build capacity. So your relationships is going to determine how closely you move to funding. So no, Dr. Wright don't guarantee anybody anything, because there's so many different caveats that determine whether you're going to get funded. But if you have been funded before, you are closer to that 80%. If you've never been funded, you're brand new out the gate, 25%.
And see, y'all, this is why, like I said, call it what you will, but this is why I wanted to make sure that this is on record, on this live, and y'all catching it in the replay, that when you're working with a grant writer, first of all, is understanding the value of a grant writer, but, there are successes because they're measured by success as well, that you want to make sure that you're working with someone that has proven success, not just marketing, not just great marketing, because that won't help. And I wanted to talk about the tools and the resources and everything that that your company, that you're offering to potential clients. I just want to make sure that we capture that as a part of the conversation. Then I'm going to come back with some other questions, hoping we have more time. But can you talk some more about you mentioned books? I caught that part. So, tell us about some of the things, tools and resources that you have.
Okay, I am a nonprofit, so all of my tools and free resources are on certifieddreambuilder.com. certifieddreambuilder.com. I have 25 books that I've written on topics that are where money is pouring, not dripping. Those books are grant writing for domestic violence, grant writing for reentry, grant writing, getting ready for grant writing, because that's where most of us have problems. We're not ready, and we think we are, but we're not. So helping people jump through those 7 phases to get ready for grant writing. I've written a lot of do-it-yourself books. So those are books to help people do it themselves. I also provide free grant writing training on Clubhouse and Zoom every Monday and Thursday at 10 a.m. Central Time. So those are free workshops that anybody can come to live on Zoom and on Clubhouse by audio for free. And on my website at certifieddreambuilder.com, there are a list of all of those free resources that I have put on there that are free for you to access if you join. They're personal, academic, professional, business, all types of just free resources that a person can get. And the other thing that I developed, because we live in a technological age, I developed 2 apps. One is a grant writer. It actually writes a grant writing template for you that you can turn around and use in AI to perfect your customized grant template. Wow. So no longer are you having to write it yourself. It's on iOS and the Android platform called 1 Hour 2 Grants and 1 Hour 2 Funds. That's the number 1 and the HOUR 2, the number 2, the digit 2 funds. 1 Hour 2 Funds, 1 Hour 2 Grants. Because if you have all of your information gathered and you can enter that within an hour, you instantly print out a full 15-page, up to 15, 20-page grant for your customized for your organization based on the answers that you give. And what it does more than anything, it helps you to organize everything that you need to organize to be ready to walk through the funding door. And that's what most people have trouble with. They don't know how to organize. This app makes you answer those questions before you walk, that you have to answer before you can walk through the funding door. So those are the things that I do offer, is training, apps, workbooks, do-it-yourself workbooks.
That is an overwhelming amount of access and, hold on, resources, and there's a lot of free information, which quite frankly, I gotta be charging y'all. Okay, trust me when I tell you that this is so valuable for again, there are a lot of individuals who want to they want to start a nonprofit. They're felt the passion and the purpose and all that. They're trying to figure out how to get the grant writing. If you don't have access to a Dr. Wright, you can still access Dr. Wright through all of these resources. And can you say that website one more time?
It's certifieddreambuilder.com. Certifieddreambuilder.com.
Thank you for that. So I'm watching the chat to make sure we don't go over in time. Production, y'all tell me, because I have more questions for Dr. Wright when it comes to grammar. And I also want to make sure that we give you time to to share anything that we're not missing anything from your perspective. So I wanted to find out about, you mentioned we're talking a little bit about understanding, grant writing, not just from a U.S. perspective, but the fact is that you have your eyes and ears to what's happening in other locations, UK, etc. And you talked about some of the things that happen in the UK and how it impacts the US. And so I wanted to find out how, or if you work with organizations in different geographical locations, because obviously we are a global program today. And so how, do you work with folks outside the US, and how is that process? Is it different from what you do in the US? And can you just talk to that?
There are lots of regulatory requirements internationally. We have our embassies. We have all of these different regulatory requirements that they have to jump through. So when I am working with national and international organizations, or even if I'm just working with local organizations, we are checking those regulatory requirements. In my 7 phases of getting ready, the regulatory requirements is the second phase. So whether I'm working with someone right here in Kansas City, right with me, I'm checking regulatory requirements. Or whether I'm working with someone nationally or internationally. I met with 19 African countries. It was one of the best days of my life. When they brought on the music, and I was just like, I felt like I was just right at home. It was, I felt like I was right at home because it was just so amazing. And what I find is people are people, and some of the same games that we play in the US, they play them everywhere. So you have to be definitely aware of what's going on in your territory. And what I do is make sure that I become so well versed on whatever that area is that I'm working in that I can probably tell you some of the things and some of the statistics that's going on in your area, because there are stats for everything under the sun. So I can look at the statistics to tell me what is going on. And I know that statistics lie. So I look at a variety of statistics to kind of give me an idea. And I look at websites like worldometers.info, which gives you up to the minute number of births and number of deaths and how many computers are selling and emails. And it gives you lots of information. And so I make interpretations based on what I read a lot of times in those statistics, because I call myself the business prophet. I'm not just dependent on myself. I'm dependent on some outside influences to help me in determining what those statistics mean. I'm praying on answers.
Right, exactly. I love that. So this, and again, I just want to make sure we have that out on record, because we have folks that are watching across the world. So the short answer is yes, for real, and y'all need to get in touch with Dr. Wright. And so, so in this kind of the state of this industry that you're in, do you see, where do you sense that this, that this business, this industry that you're in, where do you see it going, especially with maybe the impact to technology and all the changes that we're going through right now?
Basically, I see becoming more of a strategic planner and consultant. The writing is probably not going to be first and foremost. I've been called by so many different agencies. In fact, yesterday, a national organization called me and said, we want you to sit in on our conference, and then we want you to tell us what you heard. So and that's happening for me so much. I'm like, you want me to sit and listen to you all talk for 2 days or a week, and then you want me to give you my review of what I heard and write a report on what I heard. And so I'm finding that I am moving more towards strategic planning. So for those of you who have the ability to do strategic planning, nothing really lasts longer than 10 years, it seems, without you having to revise it. And so whatever we're doing, if you're starting a business and you realize that it's not like it was in the past, to where we didn't have so many changes, to where you could start a business and you know that you was going to die with that business.
Yeah.
It's not like that anymore. When I was teaching high school, I taught high school business education, personal finance, all of the computer classes. I told my students that I had read a statistic saying that they were going to change jobs 35 times before they moved here. 35 times. And now you almost see it. Either they're changing jobs, they're changing businesses, or they're having to create a business because they've lost their jobs over and over and over again. I didn't quite understand where that statistic was coming from at the time, but I definitely understand it now. So what we have to do is be ready for those changes. So as far as what I see for grant writers, because AI can, if you know how to coin the prompt, AI can write a decent basic grant, but it's not ready to be submitted. That's right. After you write it, you still have to go in there and you have to know, like for somebody like me, it's a blessing, because sometimes we would get writer's block. Well, now there's no such thing as writer's block, but it also means that I don't need as many people as I used to. Or before, I was paying $50 to $100 an hour to try to get someone with the right credential to help me. Well, now, being that we have AI, all I have to do is give them the prompts. I need you to put this prompt in, this prompt in, this prompt in, and then the AI gives me something, and then I can revise what I have. So therefore, great grant writers, I get calls every day. I turn people down daily that get my number. And I always tell people, do not give my number to anybody. Right. Schedule an appointment, and I determine whether I will take the appointment. So mine is a little different. So that's why I offer the freebies, because I know that everybody can't afford my services. Yeah. Grant writers charge anywhere from $25 to $250 an hour, and just know I'm on the higher end of that. And so for those who cannot do that, and you know that $25 person or that $50 an hour person is going to be a beginner, then that's when you need to jump in and start doing some things yourself. So I see things changing in that low level grant writers. You're going to really have a problem competing with AI unless you learn how to use it to your advantage. And for the upper income grant writers, you have learned how to do analysis, data analysis. You have learned how to do strategic planning. You have learned how to do a lot of those things through the grant. And that's what you're going to be doing, is making sure that you're using those grants, using your ability to do the strategic planning and some of the other things that many organizations are going to need.
So Dr. Wright, we've got a couple more minutes left on the clock. Before we go, I want to make sure that is there anything that you wanted to share with our audience before we close our segment?
Well, I just want to let you know that if you are interested in grant writing and you have completed those 7 areas that you have to complete in order to be ready, attempt a grant. And those 7 areas is doing your feasibility study, meeting your regulatory requirements, making sure that you are a 501c3 and that you've done everything that your state tells you you have to do, making sure that you've developed some business credibility. You have a name, an address, a phone number, your branding, making sure that you have social media presence, you have a logo, you have a website, you have all of that. Number 5 is making sure that you have some partners, that you are developing these partnerships. 6, that you have the 3 types of budgets that you need, which is your organizational budget, your project budget, and your strategic planning budget, which projects out 5 years. And number 7, that you have trained your team. If you have done those things and you are ready, go ahead and make some attempts at grant writing. The only answers that you're going to get, and this is the last thing, the only answers that you're going to get is yes, no, or maybe later. Yes, no, or maybe later. Nobody's going to come after you with a hammer. Nobody's going to come after you with Smith & Wesson. All they're going to do is say yes, no, or maybe later. So why not?
I love that. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you so much for coming on and obviously sharing your expertise, sharing the tools and resources, sharing all of the guidance. And I love that you also gave us a kind of a forecast of where the industry is going. This was so helpful. So there's a question that came in for you. How can Black business, how can we help you? How can we support you?
Oh, that's beautiful. Support me by going to the website, certifieddreambuilder.com, using the resources. Go on LinkedIn. I am on LinkedIn, Dr. Barbara Babby Wright. In fact, if you just do Dr. Barbara Babby Wright, BABBI, you will find me anywhere you are in the world. I generally come up first if you do Dr. Barbara Babby Wright. If you do Dr. Barbara Wright, KC, I should come up first, and you will see my websites. You will see all of the different things. So support me that way. Befriend me on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. I'm on all of those, Twitter. I look forward to some of you saying that this helped you. Or if you got critiques and I need to do better, I'm willing to do that too.
I love that. So now I got another question that came in the chat. She's got people in the streets, y'all. So another question that was asking, how has the Black Business Olympics helped you?
You know, I love the Black Business Olympics because it gives me that national presence. And one thing that I read the other day is the fact that I am allowed to do keynotes on here. I love the panel discussions as well, because I've been doing this so long until I pretty much have some answers. But I love being able to do the keynotes, kind of like Warren Buffett. He was always afraid to speak in front of people. I always had these issues. I'm like, well, I don't look like this and I don't have this and I can't. And I was always afraid. Well, now every opportunity, like Warren Buffett, when he went to the Dale Carnegie training, and that's how he learned to not throw up every time he spoke in front of people. This gives us that opportunity to share what we do on a larger platform. So I encourage this platform for anyone who is a speaker. Take the opportunities, just like Warren Buffett did. In fact, after Warren Buffett went to Dale Carnegie, he decided, hey, I'm going to ask this college to allow me to start teaching. Now, this is a man who used to throw up every time he had to go stand in front of a group of people. But he said, I'm going to stand in front of people and I'm going to start teaching the things that I've learned. And so this gives me that opportunity to stop making excuses, because I never know when Dr. Kelly is going to say, I need you to do this, I need you to do that. And so Dr. Wright has to be ready at all times. And it has forced me to study and to be ready. And I love this platform. Well, and I love what he's doing for youth as well.
Absolutely. I was going to say your confidence shows, your expertise shows. Yeah, you know, everything that you're doing. We're so excited. I'm so proud to just have another, Black businesswoman who is, really successful, but also has a heart for supporting our youth again, which is why we're here. We're raising money for scholarships. And so the fact that you would take time out of your day. So philanthropy like you is a big thing for me as well. So thank you for taking time out of your day to come and sit with me today and just talk about Dr. Barbara Wright. Y'all, you can Google her at this point and you can find her on all the social media. I will be tagging you later myself just because I want to learn more. Y'all, thank you so much for watching us. I think we're going to close this segment now with Dr. Barbara Wright. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And genius is coming.
Genius is coming. All right. Wasn't that amazing? I learned so much in that segment. I just want to, remind you that we are here to promote a scholarship, and the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. And this expo is a fundraiser for those students. So you can go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund. Or y'all, you can Cash App, and that's on the screen below, BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students, you can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every single dollar counts. And so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. And I do want to take a few minutes just to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for this month. And I'm going to list them out. This is so important. So NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Reach Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia, Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Hello LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Mullane Shawnee Global, 5-Star BDM Media, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, and certainly not last but not least is the Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, as they say, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, welcome back. This is Black Business Expo, and hello, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Black Business Expo is launching what we call the best showcase in Black business everywhere 24 hours. And I have been on a cycle since 8 a.m. And I'm so excited to introduce the next speaker. So I'll just want to start really quickly by saying I'm Shelly Jeffcoat. I'm your business moderator for this morning on the Black Business Network. And this is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. And when we say worldwide, we mean it. We have speakers from all across the United States, London, Singapore, Africa, and Japan. And you should know that the Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. I'm really honored to showcase and introduce you to our next speaker that's coming up. And I think you're really gonna benefit from hearing from Dr. Stan Harris. He also goes by Dr. Breakthrough. He's traveled over 3 million miles, speaking to crowds as large as 17,000, while making as much as 47,000 in 1 hour, okay? He's only one of 200 10th degree black belt grandmasters worldwide, and he's been voted into both the Black Belt and Motivational Speakers Hall of Fame. As an evangelist, he's preached in all 50 states and 28 countries. He has a doctorate of divinity and a PhD in martial arts. He's built a team to over 1.5 million members worldwide in business, and he's a best-selling author, the founder and formulator of the 21-day Breakthrough Challenge and the 30-day Mental Self-Defense Program. He's probably the most entertaining, enlightening, and electrifying speaker on the circuit today. And so I'm really thrilled to turn over now to Dr. Stan Harris. Take it away, Dr. Breakthrough.
All righty. Well, hello. Wow. Thank you for having me. And I love what someone said years ago: fleecy locks and black complexion cannot forfeit nature's claim. Skin may differ, but affection dwells in black and white the same. Rise so tall as to reach the pole, to glance at the ocean at a span. I must be measured by my soul. The mind is the standard of a man. And what you are doing here is amazing, because you're empowering people to understand that we're not judged. It's not based on the color of our skin, the texture of our hair, the neighborhood we grew up in, but rather is what we put in our heads. Matter of fact, here's what Dr. Breakthrough says: what you put in your head that affects your heart determines what comes to your hand. And if you want more coming to your hand, you got to put more in your head that affects your heart. And the Black Business Expo USA.com is doing just that with the Black Business Network. So thank you for allowing me to be here and to impart some principles into the people today.
We need to mark this. This is the day that Dr. Breakthrough met Mrs. Pi. Pi stands for proud, inspired, empowered. So this is the day that Dr. Breakthrough met Mrs. Pi. I'm so honored. So we'll let you take it away with your presentation.
All righty. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And so, well, hey, thank you very much. First of all, I got to start off because people always ask me, like, how in the world did you get the name Dr. Breakthrough? Like, are you on some ego trip or whatever? And so I always have to start with that, my friend. But I just want you to know, before I'm done, you're going to understand a breakthrough in business like never before. You're going to understand a breakthrough in your life, a breakthrough in your. But listen, my friend, here's the key. Here's the key. Are you interested in understanding how that you can break through the barriers that seem to keep you back from reaching more of what you want to attain? And especially as a young person, my friend, I'll tell you my story. But as a business owner, there's always barriers that get in people's way. And most people think that barriers are made to stop them. I'm here to tell you the barriers are only made to stop those who are not sincere and those who are not committed. But to those of us who are sincerely committed, I got good news for you. Barriers were made to be broken. Let me say it again. I said barriers were made to be broken. So I'm going to give you some principles and some things. But first of all, the name Dr. Breakthrough. Well, again, I was speaking at Howard University decades ago. Willie Jolly and I were speaking, and Willie said, you know, Dr. Stan, he said, man, every time I talk to you, you seem to have another breakthrough. You explain breakthrough better than anybody I know. And he said, and then with your martial arts, he said, you write things on boards and bricks, and you break through them, showing people that although things are hard, with enough focus, they can break through. So he said, branding's everything. He said, you know, like a person goes to a doctor writes out a prescription. He said, you know, you're the guy when somebody needs a breakthrough, you're the guy with the prescription. So you should be called Dr. breakthrough. I said, wow, I don't know that that's true, Willie, but I promise you for the rest of my life, I'll live that way. And so, my friend, and so now we've been blessed to speak in all 50 states, 28 countries, empowering people, my friend, to break through the barriers. And let me just tell you, my friend, in a nutshell, my main message is every master, you might want to write this down. Somebody said note takers are money makers, but Dr. Breakthrough says, but action takers are bigger money makers. Every mess or mediocre person was at once, every master was at once a mess or at best mediocre. So let me say it again. Every master was at once a mess or at best mediocre. Therefore, every mess or mediocre person can one day be a master. Now watch this. Whenever a mess becomes a master, you now have a message that if you market properly to the masses, you can make millions. And that's my story, and I want it to be your story. And so, my friend, I'm just a nobody that God made into a somebody, and I'm trying to tell everybody he can do that, if not better, for anybody. And so let's think about this breakthrough. Let's break this down. What exactly is a breakthrough, my friend? A breakthrough is exploding through barriers that at one time seemed insurmountable. And I always tell people, as Dr. Breakthrough, I can't provide the breakthrough. I just prescribe the breakthrough. But when you follow the prescription, God Almighty provides it, my friend. And so let's talk about this. Because, see, I was born in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. My dad left when I was 3, never came home, never called, never sent mom a dime. At 6 years of age, I was out in the middle of the field playing, and a gang of teenagers came my way. I was so afraid, I froze in my tracks. You know, so many times I find that people allow themselves to be paralyzed by their fear, like I was back then, instead of being propelled by their fear. Like, you ever been chased by a dog before? I mean, I could probably outrun Usain Bolt, right? When a dog's after me. But this time I allowed my fear to paralyze me. And I thought I was just a 6-year-old boy. These are a gang of teenagers. I'm like, I probably couldn't outrun them anyway. I'll never know because I never gave it a shot. And you know, you always miss 100% of the shots you never take. Perhaps I could have run. Perhaps if I yelled long enough, someone would have intervened. But again, I'll never know because I never gave it a shot. What shot is it that you're not taking that you'll never know about? Well, at any rate, I'm out in the middle of a field. These teenagers are coming my way. And has your body ever given you a signal like something's wrong? Something bad is about to happen? And all of a sudden, one of these guys grabbed me, bam, punch me in the stomach. Have you ever had the air knocked out of you before? You're like, you're trying to breathe and you can't hardly breathe. And listen, and they start, now I'm a 6-year-old boy. These are teenagers. And they start beating all over me. And finally, one guy picks me up and slams me on the ground. Then they start stomping all over me and kicking all over me like I was an ant or a roach. And I'm bleeding from everywhere you can bleed. And you would think that was enough, but that wasn't enough. These guys, they flipped me over on my back, face up. They took a great big old bucket of tar and they poured that tar all over my face. They poured it on my body. They took a bunch of feathers and they threw them on me and literally left me there to die in the middle of a field. Terrible situation. I cried out for help. I screamed. And of course, there's excruciating pain and the pain of no one even stopping to help. Thank God somebody found me, rushed me to the hospital, finally got me taken care of. But when I tell you my life was a mess, and I'm telling you, you might be in a mess right now. Your business might be in a mess right now, but I'm here to tell you that every master was at once a mess or at best mediocre. Therefore, every mess or mediocre person can one day be a master. And so I started off as a mess, physically abused. One of my mom's boyfriends would beat me with a steel choker chain for a dog, a fiberglass bow and arrow set. My life was a mess. Tried to commit suicide on 2 occasions. Thank God I failed. By the way, suicide, it's been said many times, it's a permanent solution to a temporary problem. You see, young person, you see, business person, listen, don't kill your business because it doesn't. Listen, don't kill your life. So many times we get in a hopeless situation, my friend. But what people don't understand is before you get your breakthrough, you're oftentimes going to have a breakdown. Ooh, let me say that in another way. Get this now, undeniable breakthrough usually follows an overwhelming breakdown. So get excited when you have the breakdown, my friend, because the good is coming. So again, every master, I'm going to say that to you, get this. Every master was once a mess. Everybody you look up to and respect in sports, everybody you look up to and respect in business, everybody you look up to and respect in life, at one point, they were a mess or at best mediocre. So if every master was once a mess, I'm saying, therefore, every mess can one day be a master. And when a mess becomes a master, you now have a message that if you market to the masses, you can make millions. And once you have that message, you can start printing books like your breakthrough is guaranteed. That's an international bestseller. You can start printing out books like I did, my wife and I, Computer Love, How to Avoid the Pitfalls and Find the Love of Your Life online. You can start putting books like Position to Prosper, 8 Gold Nuggets to Ensure Your Success. You can start printing books like How to Build a Big Team Fast. I'm saying I could go on and on and on. And the beautiful thing also, by the way, is my wife is now the publisher. But let me go back. I started out a mess. Physical abuse, verbal abuse, sexually abused, obviously racially abused, and obviously financially abused. But the key is I had a breakthrough. Massive breakdown after breakdown after breakdown after breakdown. My life was a mess, but I had a breakthrough. And so let me just, I have a little board here. And on this board, and this is hard, you see it's got knots. You're not supposed to have knots. Those knots make it extra hard, right? But on that board, I have something written. It's called limiting beliefs, right? Now, on the other side of limiting beliefs is limitless success. And the question I have for you, young person, the question I have for you, single mother, the question I have for you, married couple, the question I have for you, businessman, the question I have for you, person just went through the hardest time of their life. Do you want to live like I was living based on the limiting beliefs? Or would you like to break through and experience limitless success? Well, I think I know your answer. You want to have that limitless success. But here's the problem, my friend. It's hard. It's not easy to get through. And by the way, here's what I want you to notice. Right in the middle of the word beliefs is a 3-letter word. Right in the middle of the word beliefs. Let me put that down for you here. Right in the middle of the word beliefs is a 3-letter word called a lie. L-I-E. So in other words, most of our belief system was developed before we were 16, 17 years of age, which means if you came up in a great environment, you may have a good belief system. But if not, like the average person, or a lot of people, I should say, there's a lot of lies that you believed or embraced. And so now you have this lie or lies that you believe in. And when there's lies that you believe in, you live a very limiting lifestyle. When there's lies you believe in, you have very limited success in business. When there's lies you believe in, you live very limited. I'm saying, and your breakthrough in business, your breakthrough in life, my friend, you have to break through the lies. The lie of, well, you just don't understand where I came from. You don't understand. It's just too hard for me. You don't understand. I didn't have this, or I'm too old, or I'm too young, or I'm too this, or I'm saying whatever the lie is. Matter of fact, listen, stop. You had to do like I do. I had to stop fighting for my lies. Listen, why? I said to myself, why am I fighting for the thing that's fighting against my success? Ooh, that's good right there. Say that again, Doc. I think I will. I said to myself, why am I fighting for the thing that's literally fighting against my success? I'm saying, listen, so here's the thing. So those lies, I had to learn, listen, I got to break through those lies. It's just like I used to see people in the martial arts breaking boards and bricks and laying on nails and all that. I was like, man, that was impossible. And guess what? It was impossible as long as I thought it was. But one day it dawned on me, wait a minute, if they did it, if I get trained, if I have the right mindset, if I get me a mentor, if I learn some methods, then maybe I could do it as well. Are you with me? And so listen, my friend, I'm telling you, I know it's hard now in your life. I know it seems like your business is not working. I know it's like the finance is insurmountable. I know it's like you're facing this giant of a mountain. I know that, my friend, but I'm telling you, my friend, every single person. See, you don't understand that behind the glory, there's always a story, but the story is often so gory that people don't want to tell you. And so you look at their lives and you think, oh man, they got it all put together and they've always been that way. No, sir. No, ma'am. That's not the case. So we got to break through those lies. So again, is it easy? No. But the question is it worth it? Question, is it worth breaking through those lies that are hindering you from having limitless or more success? Is it worth it? Yes, yes, or yes. Is it worth it, my friend, to be able to break through this? You know, so you don't keep living the same cycle of victim and all. Is it worth breaking through this, my friend, so you can get through this? Instead of looking at others' lives and saying, wow, look at them and look what they have and look what they're doing, you'll be able to look at your own life and say, wow, is this even me? Matter of fact, my friend, I tell people my growth game is so strong, I have to reintroduce myself to myself. But again, I had to learn to break through the lies. So if we're ready, I want us to break this. Now, what I'm going to do is we're going to break this together through technology, but we're just going to use my head. How many of you are for that? How many of you say, yeah, Doc, let's break it, but let's use your head, right? But here's the question I have for you. If I break this with my head, if I'm committed to break it, will you then allow this to be a symbol that you will psychologically break through and that you, my friend, will develop a breakthrough mentality that I'll talk about here in just a minute? Are you ready? So I need to hear you say breakthrough time, okay? I always say, what time is it? You got to say breakthrough time. You said, Doc, you can't hear me through the tech. Oh, come on now. Just be with me anyway. You see, I'm getting some gray hair here, so just help the brother out. Come on, what time is it? Got to reverberate. It's breakthrough time. Come on, let's do it again. What time is it? It's breakthrough time. Come on, one more time. What time is it? It's breakthrough time. So we're going to break through the limiting beliefs to the limitless success. Are you ready? Say breakthrough time. Yeah! So we just broke, my friend. We just broke through those limiting beliefs. And when you break through those limiting beliefs, you can now have limitless success. And so, my friend, I challenge you, young people. I challenge you, business person. I challenge you to experience a breakthrough. So here's the thing. Without a breakthrough mentality, nothing on earth can help you. With a breakthrough mentality, nothing or no one on earth can stop you. Ooh, should I say that again? Yes. Okay, here you go. I just want to hear myself say that, okay? By the way, I showed up today because I heard one of my favorite speakers was going to speak, and I didn't want to miss the brother. That's me, okay? Oh, yeah, I apologize. But anyway, but seriously, though, listen, when I didn't like my speaking, nobody else liked my speaking. When I started liking my speaking, other people started liking my speaking. So my wife, I call her my ABCD. That stands for Adorable Brown Caramel Delight. Matter of fact, I don't know if I'm supposed to, so you can see this. I got a picture of the family here. So my wife, my ABCD, Adorable Brown Caramel Delight, and our 8 sugar babies. Come on now, all the way from Dr. Christina over here, who's a professor at Temple University. Anyway, I don't have time to go through all 8 of them, but I'm saying this, my friend. I'm the guy that never dreamed I would even make it through high school, much less end up being a college professor, and much less traveling all over the world and getting married to the woman of my dreams. And when I woke up, it wasn't a nightmare. Come on, somebody, it was better than I dreamed. So my ABCD, my Adorable Brown Caramel Delight. We were at a restaurant the other day. The guy said, would you like something to eat? I said, no, sir, I bought my. He said, no, would you like some dessert after we ate that? And I said, no, sir. I looked pointing to my wife. I said, I bought my dessert with me, 100% natural. Right? But what I'm saying is this, my friend, there's some things that happen now that I never dreamed. Like I never dreamed that there would be a day when I get paid $1,000 a minute to speak, right? I mean, like I never dreamed I'd be sharing the platform with billionaires. I never dreamed that, my friend. But I'm telling you, if you break through the lies and now you can experience limitless success. So again, you got to make sure you understand these breakthrough principles. And I'm telling you, young person, I'm telling you, I know what you're going through now. But you got to, a matter of fact, I tell people, stop even saying that you're a mess and start saying I'm a master in the making. see, many years ago when I got jumped by those teenagers, and listen, my friend, I was just a 6-year-old boy. And listen, my dad left when I was 3, never came home, never called, never sent mom a dime. And like I said, all kind of atrocities and atrocities. My life was a mess, my friend. Again, trouble with school, trouble at home, trouble with the law. My life was a mess. And now I stand before you as a 10th degree black belt, Grand Master in martial arts. There's about 200 10th degree black belt Grand Masters, and I happen to be one of them. By the way, I'm the only one of the 10th degree black belts who also built a team of 1.5 million in a home-based business arena and then wrote a book to empower other people. I'm the only one. My friend has also been over 3 million miles and spoken in all 50 states and 28 countries. I'm not saying this to brag. I'm not saying, by the way, you say, are you trying to impress me? Yeah, a little bit, because I don't even listen to people I'm not impressed with. But I'm impressed myself. Why? Because I broke through the lies. I broke through the limiting beliefs, and I started my journey. And now it's your turn, my friend. And some of you are already on your journey, but I can help you maybe go a little further. So let's think about some breakthroughs. Let's think about the fact, by the way, when I'm done, you're going to have a bumblebee breakthrough. You say, bumblebee breakthrough? What's a bumblebee breakthrough? I'm glad you asked. That's a great question. See, the bumblebee, aerodynamically, it's impossible for him to fly. But because he or she doesn't know it's impossible, they fly anyway, right? I mean, their body's supposed to be too big for their wings, but they don't know that. They don't believe that. So guess what? They fly anyway. And I'm telling you, my friend, when I'm done speaking to you here, I'm telling you, you're going to fly in your life. You're going to fly in business. You're going to get some things accomplished that perhaps you never thought possible before. All because, my friend, you understand the simple principle. Every master was once a mess, or at best mediocre. Therefore, every mess or mediocre person can one day be a master. And when you become a master, you now have a message that if you market properly to the masses, you can make millions. And I believe God wants you to be blessed so you can be a blessing to others, my friend. Somebody said to me the other day, man, you are so inspiring. I said, well, I've been inspired enough to be an inspiration. I've been taught enough to be a teacher. I've been mentored enough to be a mentor. I've been encouraged enough to be an encourager. I've been coached enough to be a coach, right? And so I'm just a debtor, my friend, and I just want to pay back a debt because I'm that little boy that never thought I would make it. I'm just older now with gray hair, but I'm the same little guy. But I've had breakthrough after breakthrough. And by the way, I'm still having more breakthroughs. And I just go from breakthrough to breakthrough, the bigger breakthrough, the bolder breakthrough. And that's what I want for you. So the breakthrough. Let's think about as a matter of fact, in the back of my book, I say, they said, from getting tarred and feathered as a 6-year-old boy to becoming a 10th degree black belt champion, business leader, author, and speaker, Dr. Stan Harris has had to break through unbelievable barriers to allow him to empower you to experience a massive breakthrough. You may never be the same again. See, you were genetically encoded to break through. It's part of your very DNA. Your very first breakthrough was when you beat over 40 million sperm cells to the womb and you broke through the walls. Yes, you beat them all. You are championship material. Your next breakthrough came when your actual birth, you came through the birth canal. And you broke through the birth canal and broke through the womb. So you may not have been aware of it until now, but you are a breakthrough master. And so the challenge is being given. My friend, do what you were designed to do. Break through every barrier that tries to hinder you. This is your birthright. This is your destiny. And my friend, I'm going to give you a simple step-by-step formula that you've been looking for. So now's the time to break free from procrastination. By the way, I like to say procrastination. Inside that word, the last word is nation. The largest nation of failures are those who procrastinate. Procrastination leads to devastation. Procrastination is the assassination of your destination. Thus, you must act now. It's going to help you to break through fear, making excuses, doubt, and negative thinking. Listen carefully. You will no longer be stuck, but rather free to succeed. You are unstoppable. I know mama said don't point, but mama's in heaven now, so I'm pointing. You are unstoppable. Yeah. You. Listen, you will no longer be stuck, but rather free to succeed. You can only be deceived into thinking you can be stopped. How many of you are ready to stop being deceived? And are you ready now to release that inner champion, that breakthrough person? Because listen, my friend, it's just like I mentioned, that breakthrough is like a rocket ship. Years ago on television, they were showing, you still can see, but that rocket ship, when it would take off, there's all kind of combustion, there's all kind of energy, but that rocket ship is moving very slowly. Now, if the rocket ship were human, it'd say something like this. It'd say, I'm doing all this work and nothing seems to be happening. I'm just moving too slow. And maybe you might feel like in your life, things are moving too slow. You might feel like your business is going too slow. But again, my friend, you need to be like that rocket ship. See, again, the rocket ship does not go based off its feelings. It's not human. So what does it do? It goes based off its programming. So it just continues to do what it was designed to do. And so it goes higher and higher. Now, they tell me right before it hits through what we call escape velocity, all of a sudden that rocket ship begins to rotate wildly, almost as if it's about to be shaken to pieces. And as I travel the country, my friend, in many foreign countries, I find people that doing everything they know to do in their life, but it seems like it's shaken to pieces. Is that you? Doing everything they know to do in their relationships, but it seems like it's shaken to pieces. Is that you? They're doing everything they need and know to do in their business, but it seems like their business is shaken to pieces. Is that you? Listen, 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 and come with me in your imagination. See that rocket ship. If it were human to say something like this, I can't do this anymore. This is not fair. I've given everything I have and I'm about to be broken to pieces. I just can't do this. No, the rocket ship doesn't say that because it's not human. It doesn't run based off its emotions. It runs based off its programming. That's why I applaud you for getting on these trainings, for getting on this. Why you're getting your mind reprogrammed. It's being programmed to success now. And so this rocket ship doesn't go based off its emotions, because if it did, it would quit. It doesn't go based off its emotions. If it did, it would be a massive explosion. No, what it does, it's shaking to pieces. Doesn't understand it, but guess what? It just continues to do what it was designed to do. It just stays faithful. And the next instant, they tell me, bam, there's a big boom. And that rocket ship breaks through the Earth's atmosphere. Now that rocket ship, get this now, is traveling 25 miles per hour. And it will virtually use no more fuel for the rest of the trip. Now, wait a minute. A rocket ship uses up to 1 million pounds of fuel, but 95% is from takeoff to escape velocity. Once it breaks through escape velocity, it will virtually use no more fuel for the rest of the trip. Come on, somebody. See, you got to understand a breakthrough. It's both sudden and gradual. Now, we love the sudden part, right? When it breaks through the Earth's atmosphere, it's like, whoa, right? But we don't like that gradual part. But listen to me, listen to me, listen to me. Without the gradual, you'll never have the sudden. And as a matter of fact, the gradual breakthrough is as powerful as the sudden breakthrough, because you can't have one without the other. So my friend, just like I'm saying, instead of saying or thinking you're a mess or your business is a mess or your life's in a mess, no, I'm a master in the making. And listen, my friend, just like this right now, you're in the midst of a breakthrough. You're just doing the gradual part. And this is part of it, my friend. Your sudden part is on its way. So instead of being discouraged about the gradual part now that doesn't seem to be moving fast, get excited, my friend, in anticipation for the sudden part that's going to come. Man, is that good? Man, I wish somebody else was talking so I could tell them how good it is. Well, I'm getting blessed by my own talk. The breakthrough. It's like that caterpillar. And by the way, that's why I tell people, I'm not a motivational speaker, and I'm not against motivation. We all need it, right? So it's kind of like somebody said motivation is kind of like taking a shower, right? And it wears off, but guess what? You just take another shower the next day, and sometimes I have to take 2 in a day. It looks like I'm going to have to take one after this, man. I'm sweating now. But watch this. Here's what I'm saying, though. I'm saying I'm not a motivational speaker. I'm not even an inspirational speaker, right? Although I'm a minister and travel. No, I'm not. I am the world's first breakthrough speaker. You say, what's the difference? Well, motivation is like trying to get the caterpillar to move a little faster. How many of you would agree with me? Caterpillars need to move faster. Yes, right? So guess what, my friend? So a lot of times, the motivational speaker, the inspirational speaker is trying to get them to move fast. No. I'm the world's first breakthrough speaker. I assist the caterpillar in the cocoon, the dark place. I assist the caterpillar in the cocoon, the lonely place, the seemingly impossible to get out of place. But guess what, my friend? After struggle and working and pushing, finally that caterpillar metamorphosizes and comes out a beautiful butterfly that never, my friend, never goes slow again on the ground, but can flutter and fly anytime and anyway. And I'm telling you, my friend, some of you got to understand something, my friend. Your life as a caterpillar has expired. Your wings are now ready. Your business life is a caterpillar, but guess what? It's now expired. Your wings are now ready. And the Black Business Network, my friend, the Black Business Expo, each one of these speakers, my friend, we're here to help you, to empower you, to give you the strategies, to give you the mindset, to become and be the mentor, to give you some method. I'm saying, listen, my friend, you don't even know it. You've been set up for success. But here's the problem. I talk about little boy here, page 77, that he saw a little caterpillar struggling. So he took out a little penknife and he cut a little slit, thinking that he was helping the caterpillar. And out dropped this half butterfly, half caterpillar, wiggled on the ground, and it died. He said, Dad, I don't understand what happened. His son said to the dad, and the dad said, well, son, God in his infinite wisdom created that struggle for the caterpillar, and the struggling process causes the blood, as he's pushing, it causes the blood to help the wings to form. And you cut short that process thinking you were helping. See, sometimes people think they're helping, they're enabling, and they're really hindering your overall success. So he said, son, you got to let the caterpillar, if he's going to become a butterfly, he's got to go through, write this down, the pain of the process. Ooh, come on. See, my friend, don't allow the pain of the process to keep you from your promise. Let me say it another way. Don't allow the pace of the process to keep you from your promise, because sometimes it takes a long time, my friend. And I'm telling you, you got to be focused. And by the way, pain and adversity causes some men and women to break. It causes others to break records. When I do a live training, I stack up 5 boards and I have pain written on the front. And I show people that, listen, my friend, I used to run from pain. I used to hide from pain. Let's see, I think I got a picture here in the book. But then one day it dawned on me that pain, literally, my friend, was designed to help me to get my breakthrough. And so listen, so I learned to ask the question of, what are you trying to teach me? By the way, in the book, here's a picture of me teaching an 81-year-old woman how to break a board. I mean, I've broken more boards and bricks than any man alive, and I've been blessed to teach more people how to break a board and brick. And it's not the breaking of the board or the brick, it's what it symbolizes of what something they thought was impossible that now they can do. And even at that seminar, there was an 8-year-old boy watching as I taught 110 people how to do it. And he said, Dad, can I do it? And this 8-year-old boy, my friend, we helped him. Why? Because he got a different mindset. See, if you think you are beaten, you are. And if you think you dare not, you won't. If you'd like to win but think you can, it's almost a cinch you won't. If you think you will lose, you've already lost. For this powerful truth we find, success begins with a person's will. It's all a state of mind. Life's battles don't always go to the stronger woman or man. Sooner or later, those who win, those who first think and then know that they can. See, my friend, success comes in cans, failure comes in cans. And so as a 6-year-old boy, my friend, after getting beaten and tarred and feathered, in my mind, I said, one day I'm going to learn how to protect myself, and this is not going to happen to me anymore. And Mama wanted a free month of karate lessons, and I went with her, and they were kicking and chopping and screaming. And then Mama's free month ran out. Mama started paying her money. You know, free is good, but when you're serious, you're willing to invest, right? Mama started getting better every month. She paid her money. She got better and better until she got what I call too good. You say, Dr. Stan, Dr. Breakthrough, what's too good? Her and her boyfriend got in a fight, and she knocked him out cold. Now, when I saw my 5'1" mom knock out this 6'1", I was like, this is my ticket. This martial arts, this karate. That's why I got started with Ishinru Karate over 5 decades ago, right? And gave it everything I had, my friend. And did it hurt? Yes, it did. But I'm telling you, my friend, in my journey going from being a mess, I tripped up my own feet when I first started. They called me Mr. Baboon. They made fun of me. I said, y'all better make fun now, because one day I'm going to whoop all of y'all. Sounds kind of bad attitude. Well, but it came true. Okay. Anyway, so listen, I don't know if you can see this, but this is one of the most powerful things that ever happened in my life. If you can look at this picture, I don't know if you can see, there's over 10,000 people there. And this guy is sitting on this guy's shoulders, holding a board about 9.5 foot in the air. Not running, I do a vertical leap, just jump up and kick and break that board. Now, this is back many, many years ago, but people ask me, here it is. Here's the best part about that. They say, how in the world did you learn how to do that? I never learned. Say, you never learned? Never learned. See, there was a guy in our class, Jeff Washington, we called him Geese, in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, with the Dobson Ishinru Golden Dragon Karate Club. And Jeff, and then there's a guy named Alvin Cook, and those two guys would be able to do that. And I was so enamored, so impressed with those, I was afraid to even ask, how in the world do y'all jump up so high? And I'll never forget that this one particular demonstration, I was still just a new guy, right? But Jeff didn't make it, and just one of his part was to jump up, kick, and break that board. And in Japanese, you call your teacher sensei. We're there, and I just had a little part of doing a kata. Kata's fighting an imaginary opponent, right? And I just did that with a group of people. That was my own little part. I was just still a young little guy, you know. And my sensei said, Harris, he said, come here. I said, yes, sir. He said, Jeff couldn't make it. He said, I want you to take his place. He said, go, listen to this. He said, go over there, jump up and break that, kick and break that board. Sir? My first thought was, he crazy. Ain't no way in the world I could get up like that. I mean, I was so afraid to even ask Jeff how he even does that, much less, you know. And I said, but then my second thought was, wait a minute, he's the master. Maybe he knows something I don't know. And so I just remember in my mind's eye, seeing Jeff jump up and kick and break that board. And I had that in my mind. I bent down, because again, if you tell your sensei no, you're going to get push-ups. So I'm like, look, I'm going to make a fool of myself this way, make a fool by, so let me just, maybe he knows something I don't know. And I bent down and jumped up and kicked, and I heard something crack. And all of a sudden, people started clapping and cheering. And wouldn't you know, I did it. I was like, whoa. And I'm thinking, how in the world did I do that? I know how I did that. Because my master, my sensei, my teacher, my mentor, the one I looked up to, he believed I could do it. And listen, I did it based off his belief in me. See, that's the power of mentorship. That's why I love what I do as I coach and mentor people, my friend, because I get to let them believe in my belief in them until their own belief kicks in. See, the fastest, easiest, most reliable way of mastering any skill, my friend, is through mentorship. You see, all in life, there's mentors. It was Socrates that mentored Plato, and then Plato mentored Aristotle. It was Aristotle who mentored Alexander the Great. It was Andrew Carnegie who mentored Napoleon Hill, who wrote the book Think and Grow Rich. It was Napoleon Hill who mentored W. Clement Stone, and W. Clement Stone mentored Jack Canfield, the co-author of the billion-dollar book series, Chicken Soup for the Soul, and I've enjoyed sharing the platform with him. It was Benjamin Graham who mentored Warren Buffett, and of course, Warren Buffett mentored millions. And it was Dr. Benjamin Mays, the president of Morehouse, who mentored a young man who became known to the world as Dr. Martin Luther King. And of course, he has mentored millions, and my friend, even at his death. It was William Bailey who mentored Les Brown. And of course, Les Brown has mentored millions and even spoke to over 80,000 people at one time in Atlanta, Georgia Dome. And Les and I travel and speak together quite often, sharing the platform. I'm saying, my friend, it's through mentorship. And so as you hear these different speakers, my friend, get you a mentor. They'll help you to get the right mindset. And then we're going to teach you some methods.
That's right. Thank you, Dr. Breakthrough. Hello, how are you?
Hey, excellent.
That's
I apologize.
awesome.
I'm getting all excited here. My time's out. So, but I do want to say one thing, though. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
I absolutely love it. Thank you so much for sharing with us here on today. This has been so amazing. And I do agree that genius is common and breakthrough is on the way. I'll see you on the other side. Thank you so much for joining us on today. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, and that is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for August 2023. And those sponsors are NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Suede Soul, Lotus Rich Coaching and Training, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, BHS and Associates, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Hello LLC, Genius is Common, Earth Essentials, Malinay Shania Global, 5-Star BDM Media, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.